propellant tanks and with the Merlin engines. We'll open the pre-valves. That'll allow us to begin
I think I'm here.
passing
There we
a
go.
small amount of liquid oxygen.
Yeah, I
through
thought
the
I'd just
inlet of the
stream
turbo
this
pumps. That'll chill them
this
down to
launch
get them
with
ready
the
for when
crew.
we bring the pumps up to full speed at T-minus 2 seconds.
I haven't
Want to
got
make sure
anyone
the
else here
pumps
at
are
the
chilled
moment, just me.
so that there's not any opportunity for
So
the
we'll
liquid
share
oxygen
that.
to possibly get in contact with a warm pump and turn into gas, something you want to avoid on a turbo tanks.
We should be sharing it.
With the Merlin.
Yep.
7 minutes and 40 seconds now to lift off. We're still watching those fuel levels tick up, and in the first stage, we're almost at 100% of that densified kerosene. As we mentioned, second stage is full. First stage fueling should be complete for that RP1 at about T-minus 6 minutes.
Standing by for pre-valve opening.
Stage 1 engine chill has started.
And there's the call out. Stage 1 engine chill has started. Indicates that we are opening the pre-valves. Liquid oxygen now beginning to flow slowly through the turbo pumps on the Merlin 1D first stage engines.
Next call out should be in about 30 seconds from now. We'll be looking for stage 1 RP load complete. That's the densified kerosene, that fuel on the first stage, already full on the second stage, and we'll still be loading liquid oxygen up until about 2 minutes prior to liftoff on the second stage. Standing by for that fuel call.
Stage 1 fuel load is complete.
Okay, right on time, and a great view of Dragon sitting on top of the Falcon 9 as we're continuing to load liquid oxygen onto both the first and second stages. The RP1 kerosene fuel is now completely loaded on both stage 1 and stage 2. All continues to go well, just under 6 minutes to launch.
In about 30 seconds, we'll enter terminal count, and Dragon's onboard computers will take control of the vehicle. Both fuel on first and second stage is complete, and liquid oxygen loading continues with the second stage at about 80%, first stage at 95%. Something else you might notice is water rushing the pad shortly before liftoff. That's to suppress the sound and keep any sound from imparting a load on Crew Dragon as it prepares to lift off.
Dragon is in configure for terminal count. Dragon is on internal power. Falcon 9 propellant tanks are pressurizing for strongback retract.
Good confirmation that Dragon is on internal power, and now we'll be looking for a major milestone before we launch today. That'll be the strongback retract. John, you want to tell us a little bit more about that?
Leah, if we get a close-up of the Dragon at second stage.
Strongback is retracting.
We've heard the call out, strongback retracting. That's a two-step sequence. First, there are clamp arms around the very top of the second stage. You can see one of them just above the gaseous oxygen vapors coming out of the second stage. Those arms will open up, and then just inside of T-minus 4 minutes, once the arms are released, we'll begin to retract the strongback alongside the vehicle. It'll move back 2 degrees in position, and by about T-minus 3.5 minutes, we ought to be finished with that. The strongback will retract to 45 degrees away from the rocket once we hit T0 as part of the liftoff sequence.
And at T-minus 3 minutes, we'll
Right now, we're waiting for the retract. And there you can see the strongback is beginning to move away from the vehicle. And it looks like we are just about into The required pre-launch position, just a couple degrees away from the Falcon 9 and the Dragon capsule. But right now, T-minus 3 minutes, 8 seconds. Everything continues to be go on Dragon and Falcon 9.
Currently standing.
Dragon is in terminal count.
And Dragon is in terminal count, and we are standing by to hear that stage 1 liquid oxygen loading is complete. Stage 2
Stage 1 LOX load is complete.
And there we have it, and stage 2 should finish shortly after at about 2 minutes prior to liftoff.
So now the last major event is finished liquid oxygen loading on stage 2. Wraps up at about T-minus 2 minutes. Then at about T-minus a minute and a half, we have to drain back and vent down the liquid line that goes up the strong back alongside the Falcon 9. If you see a large white cloud about midway down around the rocket, that's normal. That's again just the gaseous oxygen hitting the warm, moist Florida air.
Yeah, I only just caught it, Phil. Lucky I was paying attention to notifications that this was going to happen.
Stage 2 LOX load is complete. Dragon is in auto idle.
And good calls that stage 2 liquid oxygen load is complete. That means we have full fuel on the first and second stages, that densified kerosene, and we're full of the oxidizer.
Is starting.
Liquid oxygen on the first and second stage as well. Now just a minute and 20 seconds until liftoff today. And as you can hear those sounds, like Soichi Noguchi said, the vehicle is alive. Coming up in 10 seconds, we'll look to hear that Dragon is in countdown and Falcon 9 is in startup.
Dragon is in countdown. FTS is armed. Falcon 9 is in startup and is now controlling.
50 seconds now until liftoff. That FTS you heard is flight termination.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
SpaceX, this is Resilient. Roger, go.
Go for launch, and at 37 seconds, the International Space Station flying over Kennedy Space Center.
All for one, crew one for all.
Crew Dragon poised to go catch it. "20 seconds till liftoff.
T-minus 15 seconds. Falcon 9 is configured for flight. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Lift off.
Ignition. Liftoff.
Or ignition.
And resilience rises. Not even gravity contains humanity when we explore as one for all.
M1E propulsion is nominal.
That's the word we want to hear. Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
As 30 seconds into this historic mission, flying crew on board Dragon and Falcon 9. Stage 1 is preparing to throttle down. This is in preparation for max Q, which is maximum aerodynamic pressure.
Stage 1, throttle down.
There's that call out for throttle down.
Power and telemetry continue to be nominal for the vehicle, now traveling at 262 meters per second.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
There's that call out. The Falcon 9 is supersonic, and we will be passing through max Q here shortly, the largest structural load during ascent.
Max Q.
And there's that call out. That Falcon has passed through
Stage
max
1,
Q.
throttle
One
up.
Bravo.
And we've
Roger,
just
1
entered
Bravo.
Stage 1 Bravo abort mode. That's going to take them through the end of the first stage burning just before second stage activates off the coast of North Carolina. T plus 1 minute and 40 seconds into flight. Dragon and Falcon 9 traveling 709 meters per second. That call that MVAC chill is underway, the Merlin vacuum engine.
Now with the call out of MVAC-D chillin, similar to what we saw in the first stage Merlin engines, the second stage engine being prepared for its ignition coming up in just over 30 seconds from now. We're a half a minute away from 3 quick events in rapid succession. We're going to get main engine cut off. The 9 Merlin engines will throttle down and then shut down. We're going to get stage separation.
Stage 1, throttle down.
And then ignition of the second stage engine. We've begun the throttle down in preparation for stage separation.
If you're in here, Phil, you'd be able to narrate this for us if you weren't busy.
And we have
2
Eco.
Alpha.
Stage separation confirmed. Yes, that's what the position of signal.
And you see that stage separation has confirmed. There goes that MVAC engine. Stage 2. Crew 1 is now on their way to the International Space Station. On the right side of your screen, you see stage 2 continuing to burn. Over on the left-hand side is stage 1 preparing for its return to Earth.
Currently on the left side, you can't make out much. It's a couple hours after sunset in Florida, but the grid fins have deployed on the first stage. The first stage is now unpowered, but with the velocity it had, it continues to coast up to an apogee before it begins to descend back into Earth's atmosphere. Now, as we watch, maybe we'll see the lights of Florida or the eastern seaboard in the background, but otherwise there's not going to be much to see. On the right-hand side,
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
you can hear the call out. Trajectory is nominal.
Copy. Nominal trajectory.
They're
And we've
ferrets.
heard the call out Bermuda. That
Roger.
means Bermuda
Well,
ground station
last time they were.
has the signals from the second stage of the Dragon and Falcon 9.
We're still continuing as stage 2 burns to listen for those abort zones. We are now in 2A through 2E to Echo, taking us up over the northern Atlantic.
Right now you can see the second stage engine glowing with the standard red that we have come to see over all these missions. Indicates everything's looking good. Power on the MVAC-D engine continues to run at 220,000 pounds of thrust in the vacuum of outer space.
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
And trajectory
Copy.
nominal.
Nominal trajectory.
And we hear the reply from the crew acknowledging we have a nominal trajectory. Dragon made it to the Falcon 9 second stage, heading into the low Earth orbit, where Dragon will then separate and begin its trip the rest of the way to the space station.
We'll be looking for SECO, second stage engine cutoff, coming up at 8 minutes and 48 seconds after launch today. So about 3.5 minutes from now, Dragon and Falcon 9, second stage, currently flying 2,979 meters per second.
Now currently the first stage has begun its descent. It is through apogee. It's beginning to come back down where it, coming up in another couple of minutes, we will have the entry burn where we begin to slow down the
Dragon,
first stage.
SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Copy. Nominal trajectory.
Another call out, another nominal trajectory, just what we love to hear.
That voice you're hearing on board Dragon, that's Commander Mike Hopkins speaking for our 4-person crew as they continue their journey now 6 minutes and 12 seconds after liftoff.
But the launch or the
Trajectory still nominal.
the ISS steaming?
And Leah, you can see on the indicator altitude, 201 kilometers.
Hey, Tony.
We're now beginning to essentially level out and pick up velocity to get us into low Earth orbit. We're a little under 1 minute from the ignition for the entry burn on first stage.
And we're about 2 minutes away.
Dragon SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Copy. Nominal trajectory.
Great news. Now 7 minutes after launch, second stage engine continues to burn. Everything looking good. And we'll see that continue to burn for another 1 minute and about 38 seconds.
Right now on stage 2, the crew's getting about a little more than 2.5 G's of acceleration. First stage preparing to ignite for the entry burn.
Stage 2 FTS is saved.
Oh, now we can see the fins on the first
And we've
stage.
got ignition of the entry burn, center engine, followed by the other 2 restart engines. First stage now getting ready to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. This is about a 29-second burn, and it's designed to slow the vehicle way down. We're going to shed about 70% of the velocity of that dropping first stage by the time this landing burn completes. I should say by the time the entry burn completes, which is now over. First stage on target for the drone ship in the Atlantic Ocean. Meanwhile, we're watching second stage getting close to getting into orbit.
That's right. We've got about 30
Stage
seconds
2
more.
internal guidance.
And now just about 20 seconds more of stage 2 continuing to burn until we see second stage engine cut off, or SECO. We'll coast for a few minutes afterward to allow the rates in motion
Shannon.
Roger,
there-
Shannon.
There's that call for Shannon. That's Shannon, Ireland, an abort zone, but it looks like we continue smoothly to orbit today.
Does it has to match the ISS's speed, doesn't it, Phil? Whatever the ISS is
Inbound
travelling at.
shutdown.
Or faster to catch
And we've
up.
got shutdown of the second
Or does
stage
it wait till
engine
the
on
ISS
time.
comes back around? Oh,
Dragon
that's the bit I'm not
SpaceX,
sure of.
nominal orbit insertion.
Launch escape system is disarmed.
And SpaceX copies.
And Leah, the words we like to hear, a nominal orbit insertion.
That's right, John. Nominal orbit insertion, as we mentioned, stage 2. Oh, looks like some action on stage 1.
It's always a bit glitchy when it lands on the
And I
drone ship.
believe we've had a touchdown on the drone ship.
We've got
Yeah.
stage 1 has touchdown on the drone ship in the Atlantic Ocean. But now the more important news, second stage is in orbit, right where we want, right on time. And we're getting ready for our next major activity,
Loss of signal
which will be
control.
Dragon spacecraft separation. Now, currently on the second stage, we are essentially venting pressure, purging the engine out, making sure everything is quiet in preparation.
Take a look. That's inside Crew Dragon right now. Our Crew 1 crew
Haven't
now
even there, 4 of
coasting
them.
in low Earth orbit, still attached to that second stage. In just a couple of minutes, we should see that second stage separate, and Crew Dragon will be flying free.
Yeah, hi Tony.
Malia, the mission
I'm here
timer
by
shows
myself at
90
the moment.
seconds
No
to
one else
Dragon
has joined.
separation.
I've got the links in the special place for anyone out there.
Currently, Dragon
Out
is
there,
flying
out
at
in the chat.
27,000 kilometers an
There's
hour.
no one in Discord. Just me.
And we're T plus 11 minutes since liftoff today, waiting on that second stage separation.
What's
But
that?
as
Oh,
you
the
can see,
computers
our
don't
astronauts
do
from
anymore
left
now.
to
The
right,
pilots will do it.
Shannon Walker, Victor Glover, Mike Hopkins, and Soichi Noguchi, now on their way to the International Space Station. First trip to space for Victor Glover.
Acquisition of signal, Newfoundland.
And that call out, acquisition of signal in Newfoundland. That means the Newfoundland ground station is now receiving telemetry from Dragon. This view inside Mission Control Hawthorne. Teams continuing to monitor the vehicle now traveling at almost 27,000 kilometers an hour.
Ten seconds to Dragon separation.
Is that the altitude? 200 kilometres on the heads-up display that they got there on the left.
Dragon separation confirmed.
And separation confirmed. You can see that second stage departing. Crew Dragon leaving it behind.
Separation confirmed.
What's going to happen with the second stage?
Now 12 minutes, 25 seconds into today's flight. Our next thing we'll be looking for is nose cone deploy. Our hooks will start to open on the nose cone and reveal those forward thrusters underneath.
And how high is the ISS's altitude? I thought it was about 400 kilometres. A little bit early for me to crack a beer in Amy.
13 minutes into
Quarter
today's mission, the
to
view on the right-hand side of your
12
screen
here.
coming from Crew Dragon. We had that short look at the second stage as it departed. That second stage will burn up upon re-entry into Earth's atmosphere.
Oh, okay. But did that have the rocket engine in it? Or just the casing? Well, the engine burns up too. How can it burn up if it's resistant to heat? It's got a rocket engine in it.
Dragon SpaceX, we see nominal service section Draco checkouts and the humidifier activation.
And SpaceX, this is Dragon. We copy all and we see the same.
Confirmation from teams on the ground and the crew. You can see them monitoring those 3 display
You must
panels,
have special gloves
monitoring
on to
their
be for the
journey
touch
to the
screen, to be
International
able
Space
to
Station and where they
use a
are
touch
in the
screen with
world right
gloves.
now, or over the world, I should say.
I wonder what the stuff would be on the glove to make it activate on the touch screen.
Well, we're in 14 minutes, 25 seconds since it was a great liftoff. Everything happened. We had a nominal insertion into low Earth orbit. You saw Dragon separate. We got the Draco checkouts were good. And right now we're hearing the nose cone hooks are opening up. Everything is happening right per the procedure. And we've got Crew 1 successfully on orbit. So with that, let's head over to our counterparts at Kennedy Space Center. Marie, how was that
So
launch for
take a
you all
couple
there on the
orbits.
ground?
Oh my gosh, John, it just took our breath away. I mean, we could just turn right around
that's
in
gonna
our
be,
seats and watch. We got up away from the desk to get a better
they gonna
look.
get any
and then
more
we
out of
actually
that?
could see the booster coming back down.
Yeah, that was outstanding. Outstanding.
I don't know what they're going to show.
I don't even know what to say. High five. We're like high-fiving through the shield
yeah,
here.
High five. My husband texted me a picture of my daughter watching liftoff. It was just, I'm emotional. Seeing that, and went on the first attempt. How often does that happen in human space flight?
Depends on the monitors too. Okay.
It has been a long day, but just to be able
Capacitive,
to stand
you'd
there
need
and actually
special gloves. Yeah, that's
feel
what I
the
thought.
rocket pounding the air around you was just. It was just incredible. And then looking at the light too long, I couldn't see the MVAC ignition, so I still have spots in my eyes.
Hey, Howard.
And then the views inside the capsule too, with the 4 of them, you know, looking kind of mellow, but you can see Victor's kind of letting his arms do a little bit of the floaty thing. I bet he cannot wait to get out of his seat.
Come back tomorrow. What do you mean come back tomorrow?
He's going to get a chance to here shortly.
Yeah,
so he's officially on his way.
I don't usually stream tomorrow. I won't be here.
Victor, Mike, Shannon,
daytime.
and Soichi are now on course to arrive at the International Space Station just tomorrow, Monday, November 16th, around 11 p.m. Eastern Time. And we're going to stay live on air for continuous live coverage along their entire ride to station. Though our coverage here at Kennedy Space
Well, I'm not
Center
going to
will
continue the
we're
live
gonna
stream
turn
for
it over
that.
to the teams in Hawthorne and
I'd like to
Houston
get it
take
when
us
they
through
dock
the next phases
to the
of
ISS
Crew
though.
1 mission, all the way
That
through
would
hatch
be
opening and a
good to
welcome
be able to grab
ceremony for
that.
the crew. Now, for those of you watching online via YouTube, take a look at the description below the video. There you'll find the new link for our Crew 1 rendezvous phase, and we'll be continuing live coverage at that new location shortly. But if you're watching on NASA TV, like my parents, you won't notice a thing, and your coverage will continue.
Did you miss the
That's
launch,
right.
or
And as
you got it?
follow along, we also invite you to tune into a post-launch news conference at 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time, right here on NASA TV, where NASA and SpaceX will take questions live. And in addition to NASA TV, of course, you can always follow along on Twitter at @NASA and nasa.gov for continuous mission updates. We thank you all so much for watching. To all of our commentators,
Hey,
Nicole,
Blue.
special thanks to you
My
for being
pleasure,
here.
ladies.
Yeah, I was down on Gems earlier.
Yes. Well, we'd
with
love
all
to
the
have you back.
stupid that was
Here
happening
now are
down
some
there.
highlights from the incredible journey that's just begun. Here's our first live look inside the suit-up room. Crew Dragon Commander Mike Hopkins was born in Lebanon, Missouri.
Okay, Roger.
Pilot Victor Glover is a native of Pomona, California.
And Mission Specialist Shannon Walker is from Houston, Texas.
Mission Specialist Soichi Noguchi is from Yokohama, Kanagawa, Japan.
Here they come, walking down the hall.
Everyone's looking quite peppy there.
Yeah, so cool. They're looking for people. They're looking for the people that have helped them all along the way, too, and wanting to make eye contact.
Their suits are very basic, aren't they?
Here they come. The Crew 1 astronauts now beginning their journey to the launch pad ahead of this historic mission to the International Space Station.
This is Core on countdown 1 for timeline. The crew is departing for the pad on schedule.
This is chase car, so you can be along with the crew every step of the way.
20,
It's kinda
26
like the
to
pre-flight,
27
right?
hours,
The walk around your
16
vehicle before you
orbits.
get in and fly.
I love this shot.
Yeah.
You know, when this was being designed, it was definitely a forward-thinking design.
And you can see on your screen the crew beginning the ingress process already.
They are checking to make sure the suits are ready. They're helping them connect the umbilicals. They're buckling them in.
And Dragon SpaceX hatch is closed.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition.
And resilience rises.
I don't know which looks more cooler, nighttime or daytime.
As one
With the launch.
that's the word we want to
Yeah,
hear.
the suits look a little bit better than the older ones. The older ones look really baggy and loose fitting in comparison. No numbered minions, the numbers on the back. Hey Bandy. Oh, that's about it for now for that, guys. Don't need that anymore. I got Howard here, but he hasn't said hello yet. Oh, we don't need that anymore. They're finished with all that. That coverage is finished. Yeah, they're all coverages are finished. Oh well. I don't need that anymore. Can we see that blonde again? You missed out now, no. Yeah, I done a bit of a after show before pre-show a bit early, but that was to catch. Well, we caught the rocket launch, so rewind it. Yeah, rewind it, no. You only got to rewind the live stream. Okay. Oh. Well, people are coming in at the end. And we have a naked Scott.
Yes, I just noticed that. I couldn't have
Why
signed
do you keep
into.
coming in naked all the time? Do you forget that you're not dressed for the occasion?
No, it's because I haven't signed into Zoom. That's all it is.
Oh, okay.
So I'll just have to back out and come back in.
How's your head today, Bandy? After you went and painted the town red, or purple, or green? Oh, Howard dropped too. He might come back. See if that worked. Just see if it kicks in.
I've done it again. Sorry. Oh.
How do you make the same mistake twice?
You know, all buttons look the same. All right,
if you make the same mistake the third time, you're going to get a nickname. You know that.
Yeah, I'll be as bad as Nathan Thompson. I know.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, better than last night. Oh, sorry about the dead air, but we haven't got a lot to do at the moment until a few people come in. I'll just see what anyone's dropped lately. I haven't heard any more about Nathan's duck suit. Who's done anything lately about that? Oh, that's better, Scott. Alright, right, yes, he's right now.
there we go.
There we go.
That's
You
better.
yeah, just a boring old plain picture. Oh, Howard's back. Now Howard's back. What happened to Howard? He got disconnected. Now he's coming back. Now Howard's back. Now's Howard got. Now if you got audio.
Yeah, I don't know what was that while ago.
Ah. Yeah, I was trying to say g'day and you didn't even put your hand up or anything. Where are we? I'm just going through anything to... What's this? Everett Anderson done a nervous breakdown of Everett what was that? It's only 1 o'clock this morning. What's
Yeah,
that
that's Nathan whining. That's Nathan whining about his duck man.
Okay, well, I'll play that. Well, I can play Everett's, it's okay. Get that to there, transfer that to that. I don't know about his intro music, that's the only problem.
Last night I was yelling on Discord so loud, the security guard came up and he's like, yo, can you keep it down?
Yeah, I will be, Bandy. I'll be
Sorry,
here for a
I'm
while.
just on the phone.
A couple hours anyway.
That was funny. But, so, a lot of people, dude. A lot of people talking
drinking beer out of a plastic cup.
I just wanted to go live and answer any questions you guys have or whatever.
Who sells beer in a plastic cup?
Was sticking up for you, dude, just to let you know. Dude, he's crying about how I got pranked the whole time. He wasn't even there. He doesn't know for sure. He was saying stupid shit like, Nathan didn't even see the test. So, it's whatever, dude, you know? Yeah, he's got to coddle his sheep, you know? Either they lied to me, or they didn't. And either way, it's funny as hell, in my opinion. They have nothing. They have nothing. The Globers have nothing. They're so boring and redundant. So either people figured out it's flat, which happens all the time.
I think it's a motel brain.
Or they lied to me. Which happens all the time.
Where's he get the money from? I thought he wasn't.
You ever had a
working.
girlfriend? I checked. Harvard confirmed those guys were legit. Really? Mahatma, you said you checked. Harvard confirmed they're legit. Can you please email me that data or anything? I would love to see that. Because, like, either Jeb lied to me and paid thousands of dollars for all this stuff, and those guys didn't go to Harvard,
a battery
or
in
like
a
they
duck
actually
suit.
did. I think they did. Those guys were very intelligent.
How'd
Nerdy,
they
very
get the guy from
not actor,
Guinness
prankster,
Records
prankster,
thing,
YouTube,
though?
stupid
That's
trolls. Like nerdy smart. Did you know I either got 2 Harvard students to the flat earth community, or I got trolled super freaking hard by everyone this entire weekend? And right now I'm 50-50. I don't know. Everyone's super convinced that I got trolled. Super convinced.
Nathan's not convinced yet, but don't know.
I'm not sure. Of course, I hope I wasn't, but like, I don't care if I was.
He's doubting.
They allegedly debunked their own model, went around Venice Boulevard telling everyone Earth's flat.
In a duck suit?
And
come on,
reunited
Nathan.
with his flat Earth girlfriend.
And a car battery in the back of a van?
How'd you get trolled? Okay, well, the Jeb Carty, the CEO of Zumbly, FaceTimed me and said, hey, I want you to come talk to some Harvard students. They think the Earth is round. I kept saying round. And I said, sure, no problem. I'll come out and talk to them. I show up, and they're like, oh, we're doing a test. We're going to build a magnet. Guinness World Records coming.
I know, it officially wasn't spelt. Officially wasn't spelt correctly.
I knew I was going to start crying. I thought about wearing my sunglasses. I'm not super worried about anything. Like, nothing. I'm not. I'm just...
You wouldn't be saying it if you weren't.
I'll show you my phone. I want to show you guys the email. So they sent me the itinerary for Thursday when they did the magnet test, right?
A giant magnet that is supposed to go through or over half the world and somehow doesn't cause major issues. Yeah,
Nathan,
that's right,
please
you
be
donkey.
ready in the lobby. Your driver's name is Mino. Here's his phone number. If you brought any flat earth clothing, please wear it. And then it says, what's it say right there, guys?
Oh, how are we supposed to read
12
that?
o'clock, camera ready in Malibu. 12 to 3 p.m. Ben and Blake present evidence for a round Earth. That never happened. So from day one, the first hour of filming, everything I was planning on happening didn't happen. I'd much rather be on the floor with Geo or on my hoverboard or on my skateboard. Man, I miss freaking Geo. Especially with everything going on right now, I just wish I could hang out with my dog. Geo knows I'm not a shill.
stuff like this. Why people quit flat Earth, dude?
Here comes the truth.
This is why people quit flat Earth.
That's why people quit, dude.
Well, that must have been his latest upload on his channel about it then.
What a moron.
Yeah, somebody said some of his own people raked him over the coals pretty good last night.
Oh, they did. I heard it. It was over on Jim's channel. Stacy B and Lemon Bird. How stupid would you feel if you had Lemon Bird telling you got pranked? Think about it.
Of all the things, yeah.
You only need to be. You really only need to be marginally more intelligent than a can of pork and beans to figure out that was bullshit.
Yeah, but Blue, they haven't got any understanding of science or engineering, have they?
It's just supposedly the world's strongest magnet. It's something about the size of a bathroom garbage can with wire that looks like it would go to a table lamp, all being powered off a car battery. You know, those super high intensity electromagnets require superconductors.
Yeah, I was going to say, where's all the cryo cooling?
Yeah, where's the cryo?
But Blue, wouldn't the duck suits would have brought up a red flag in the first place?
I would have definitely had some questions about the duck suits. Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that was their hazmat.
Yeah.
Why would you need hazmat? It's a magnet. Well, sorry, it's supposedly a magnet.
I think they were trying to do a Faraday cage, so to speak, wouldn't it, in that context? To have some sort of suit to protect them for something? Not the Faraday, I know Faraday cage is for other purpose, but to have a suit to protect you? Yeah, okay. How come Nathan didn't have a suit? If he would have worn the duck suit, that would have even been better. Yeah, keeping the straight face is the bit that I couldn't. I noticed. They were so serious. I'm not keeping you up, am I, Alan?
Well, I might have fallen asleep in the armchair and woken up to go to bed and realised you were on here. So sat down at the computer instead.
Yeah, well, it's even a little bit earlier than I thought because I noticed that there was a rocket launch with some crew. I thought, well, I better set it up for that, and then I was still going to do it anyway my afternoon, which is getting on to now where I probably would have had it going, but it doesn't matter.
I hadn't even looked to see. I hadn't even thought to see how long you've been streaming for.
The rocket launch, I'd say about an hour and a half, I think. Roughly an hour.
It says 21 watching now, started streaming 53 minutes ago.
Well, there you go. I don't know how many people out there got to see the launch or not. Why is that still showing that? Oh, sorry. Transition that across. Oh, that's Nathan out of the road. Who else has been doing anything in the last several days?
You know, I'll check, but I'm pretty sure there is no form of hazmat suit that would protect you against a magnetic field.
I can't think of anything that will protect you against a stationary magnetic field.
A nice steel box would, but
What, not lead?
no, lead won't help you.
Oh, lead won't help, okay.
Well, lead won't improve it. Just make it really, really heavy.
What about an anti-magnetic type thing?
It's frigging hilarious.
Nathan was down on 24/7 and Jem was streaming on his channel that a little earlier. I missed that. I don't know what he was talking about down there. I don't think that's still going actually. I think that's finished.
Nathan and Jem and all that was on Jim Panda's Discord. I don't know if he's still there, but he was.
Oh, okay, I thought they were over on 24/7 and Jem was live streaming from
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, they was, and then Jim stopped the live stream.
No, okay.
Or finished it.
Yeah. Were you listening to any of that? Because I missed
bits and pieces.
Yeah, I missed it altogether.
Bits and pieces, because then I noticed that you you started streaming, so I jumped over.
Well, I was down there earlier with a couple of Looney Tunes talking down in there, and Rocket Scientist and Druss was trying to converse with them. Can't think of the name of that bloke. Jin or something, is it? That bloke? He had a Pommy accent.
Possibly
or
was.
Irish accent or something. Hasn't been really any other derp around lately the last couple of days. I think the Nathan Thompson thing was the main. I didn't catch.
I think the funniest thing.
Sorry, Scott. Yeah.
I was just going to add, I think the funniest thing for me was everyone over at Gems was telling Nathan that they're having him on, and he totally ignored them. Even the flat earthers over there was telling him, "Don't do it." And he just flogged them off. Yeah.
What, he doesn't want to answer it because he doesn't want to feel embarrassed to admit that he got trolled and all that sort of stuff. That's the type of response that a person would give if they didn't want to feel that way or be shown to. Well, we just played a video of him in front of the camera about it, so. Well, I don't think it'll happen to him again in a hurry. So if it's happened once, he's going to be a bit wary if it tries to happen again. Oh, Mr. Sensible's got up to 8k subs. Oh, he's going well. Anybody on Jose's? Anybody watch Jose's earlier today? I missed that altogether.
Yeah, it looks. Having a quick look through Jose's Discord chat, it seems like they were talking about lunar eclipses again. And Flurf's getting upset with Senahelian eclipses, which is the one where you get an eclipse that happens right around sunrise, sunset, moonrise, or moonrise, sunset. Because of the little bit of refraction you get in the atmosphere.
SC Montreal made an appearance.
Did he?
Yeah.
Maybe it was a good job I wasn't there, or he'd have started asking me about cameras on the moon again.
You didn't want to turn green, do you?
Well, no, I as he's had my answers, and I now just tell him that not going to be a conversation.
Yeah. I know, he tried to get me in the middle of it there one day. He said, asked Alan about this and that, about the moon, about the cameras and stuff. And I go, I'm not getting involved. You asked him yourself.
We had him on the show, didn't we?
Yeah, but I think he was coming up with it in the peanut gallery that one time too.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's been on there a long time ago.
Yes, because myself, Farmers, and Peter all gave him answers, to which he didn't exactly refute. He didn't bring any evidence to refute those answers. He just denied it.
But his main argument is that they couldn't invent a camera to go in a vacuum of space with the temperatures that it would have to put up with. That's basically his argument.
Yeah. Film isn't going to suddenly magically go poof in a vacuum. And if you make the camera reflective, it's going to reflect almost all of the heat. And remember, it's not sitting on the surface. It's not sitting on the surface for several days, stroke weeks.
Well, Professor Phil tried to explain some things to SC, and all Phil got was what you usually get out of SC, which is insults.
Oh, and I also see that they were getting back on set. our favourite Coriolis.
I didn't have much to say about that.
What's left to say about that? I feel I really need to get the soundboard sorted back out so that we can ask the really important questions of them when it comes to Coriolis. That question my daughter asked me.
Yeah, see what's going on about Glober double speak again, as usual.
Oh, what double speak would that be?
Oh, the open, closed system stuff, things like that. So I felt compelled to remind him that, half-wit misunderstanding does not constitute double speak.
Nice one.
Yeah, I got a bite out of him in the over in the side chat because he kept posting a picture about the horizon refraction stuff. Like I think it was a Soundly picture maybe. And then when he posted this other picture with some atmospheric disturbances going on in it on the horizon. And then when I posted mine, he put up this perspective thing, and I went, what? What's that got to do with anything?
Oh, remember they're trying to wrap perspective into somewhere perspective doesn't fit.
Yeah, it's the crossover thing of artistic perspective and visual perspective. What's the thing of it for him to say that?
Professor Phil went through a very decent explanation of how we know the sun is what we know it is with spectroscopy.
Yeah.
And SE immediately goes to the borehole thing in Russia that he likes to yammer on about constantly.
Oh, what you mean? He changed the subject?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, of course.
Yeah.
That's what they always do when they get to a question they can't answer. They just change the subject.
So how can you know what's between 93 million miles away when you don't even know what's 8 miles under our feet? And I said, hey, SE, let me remind you of something. I can see what's in a fish tank, but I can't see what's inside somebody's suitcase. That's the difference. We can see the friggin' sun. It's that big bright spot up there.
Daytime.
Daytime. Nighttime.
Yeah, on a bright, clear day, why can we see stuff that's way past the horizon when it's just why can we see things clearly that are way past the horizon until they hit the horizon?
It seems like SpaceX is still showing some pictures, live feed. I hope it's live feed from the ISS. So I hope it is because it's live. I'll share it in here. It's over on SpaceX's channel. There's a mute donkey naked out there. I hate to see a donkey naked. Who wants to
Hook
see
a
a naked?
brother up with a link, bro.
Who wants a naked donkey out there? Oh, that's Jose. He's lurking over in Discord.
Hey, hook a brother up with a link over here, man.
Haven't you got one? You should have one.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you?
Where do I find it?
Oh, Oz Squad. Sorry, Jose. In Oz Squad, you'll find it under special place. Don't forget to mute and deafen yourself after. That's it. Or disconnect it. Either one doesn't matter. Get rid of that. Oh, is he going to be Jose today, or is he going to be Flip Flop? You never know.
Flip Flop.
It's going to be a Flip Flop? Okay, it's Flip Flop today. Hello, Flip Flop. Got his audio? Testing, testing.
Hello, I'm new.
I'm sure I've seen that face before.
Hello, I'm new.
Yeah.
Hello, new.
Hello, new. Your beard's getting longer, new.
CGI.
How long are you going to grow your beard?
A year. I want a year.
Yeared?
Yeah. A beard for a year. A year.
Beard for a year, okay. This is cool live feed.
I just checked in late. What are the festivities about?
Well, my Mondays after show before pre-shows usually I've got a new thing that I put insert title. So I haven't inserted the title yet. So we'll just insert title here. Well, I watched the rocket launch with the Dragon crew just a little bit earlier, and I would have been going live about this time. I was going to try to catch the end of your show earlier today, but that was too early, so I missed out.
Watching rocket launches excited every time they come on make you a fanboy?
No, I just like the cool flames and smoke and all that sort of stuff.
But what's wrong with being a rocket launch fanboy? It's pretty spectacular, isn't it?
It's neither right or wrong. I'm just kind of curious.
I know the most interesting part about it to me is like we've gone backwards with the technology in the visual aspects of it, and with the functionality of it. Like we're not going back to the shuttle type designs anymore. We're just going to have these type of rockets from now on.
Well, let's face it, the space shuttle, having the reusable orbiter space shuttle wasn't actually as cheap to run as they hoped it was going to be, was it?
I don't know. I didn't know about the economic costs at the time for all that.
Yeah, it actually wasn't even close when they originally envisioned that program. They were talking in terms of launching a shuttle every couple of weeks, and as it turned out, they did good to launch 2 a year.
And they had 4 of them.
Yeah. Fleet started out with 4 of them.
And look what happened to the
La
Russians.
La
Even
Land.
they even tried to get into it, but theirs just fell flat. Didn't even get off the. I don't even know if they got off the ground.
This is La La Land.
Shut up, SE. Mira, you just woke up. Shame. So, what do you think of the duck suit experiment, Mr. Flip Flop?
The what experiment?
The duck suit experiment with the electromagnet.
Oh, I have no idea. It's like an Iron Man suit, superhero type of thing.
Oh, well, they were all
I
out
haven't heard of
of they were all out of hazmat suits because of the virus thing, so they had to use a duck suit.
I am so lost. Sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Nathan Thompson's nonsense.
Oh yeah, I must have missed that.
Oh, didn't you get the memo? Ah.
It's hilarious.
We could play that one if I can remember where I left it. I'll stop share for a sec.
Yeah, poor Nathan Thompson. He's a mess. I mean, he had always been a mess, but he's in a bad spot now. I dislike him so much, but I worry about him as a human being.
Who played the video of it? Was it Everett?
Yeah, Everett had it.
You got going on, Blue, over there? Is that the 2015 is Photoshop because you have to be Blue Marble? Is that the it is Photoshop because it has to be 2015?
Yeah, that's the one.
Nice.
That's the one. I could change it, but it pisses off the flurf, so I just leave it.
Oh yeah, that's it. That's a good pull, you know, a little poke. That's like you got an outfit full of poking things, and you like walking close to them. Poke. I like it.
I think Scott's one is the 72, isn't it? That's but it's upside down.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. You Scott really ought to sort that out and flip the image the right way up.
Oh, I see. Scott Bennett is a flat earther. Now I see.
Yeah, I must
no
be
chance
too.
of that.
I must
No
be too.
chance
I've
of that.
got the star rotation going the wrong way with my globe thing. No one's pointed it out yet, so.
No, you just got some northern idiot to do the photography for you.
I don't think I ever spoken with Scott Bennett over here. For how long you been a flat earther, Scott?
I haven't been.
Oh, okay.
Just
I think he's
bear.
in denial. I think he's in denial, Flip Flop.
No, that's it. Yeah. I mean, if you are human and you're not like a artificial intelligence program, a voice, you live on Earth. You are a flat earther. Thank you.
Okay, I'll play this for people that haven't seen this. Where are we?
Well, the gay community comes out of the closet. What do flat earthers do? Come out of the dumpster?
Oh, these. I think I seen this a few days ago. Yeah.
For the flat Earth community, what is this? Nathan, what if you answer? How is this going to affect the flat Earth community and the society? What does this mean?
You know, it'll send out ripples, not just to the flat Earth community, but to the globe Earth community too. That these two gentlemen actually went out, tested it, drove across the country, got results that they weren't even happy with. This isn't what they predicted would happen. This isn't what they wanted to happen. But that's science. You know, science doesn't care about anyone's feelings. It's empirical, it's repeatable, and it's observable. And that's what we did here today. So I want to give you guys props, dude. Congratulations. You got an amazing setup. I'm sorry you didn't get the results that you wanted. We were expecting, guys, the signal to come from underneath. If the Earth was a globe, the signal came from the north or came laterally. So basically the antithesis of what we expected to happen.
Here's what this is for. If you want to explain it on the globe. Or maybe the Harvard student, or you guys, whoever wants to.
We brought this because this was gonna be our proof of the findings. We were gonna, I don't know, I was just looking forward to like looking you in the face and being like, this is real. Yeah. And now it's like, I don't know.
I don't know, I'm unsure. There's more tests to be done now, right?
Yeah.
You know? And so I wasn't convinced after my first observation. Repeatable. Science is repeatable. So we should be able to do this every day from any location on Earth and get the same results, or it's not science. So.
Well, it's definitely not a globe from the conclusion we got. Like it literally can't be, just because like it's in the range enough where it can't be a globe, if that makes sense. So to answer your first question, we put a magnet on this side, put a magnet on this side. Instead of getting a signal through the Earth, it was almost like it was a flat Earth, and we got the signal north, and no signal came up from underneath.
Wow.
All of our 2.5 years of findings, we were using a globe model to do a smaller scale, and every time it came up north to south. So it would always point south. So our findings were always a globe. But today, doing it on
the actual
globe, we have found, doing it on the actual globe, we found that it was pointing north. It was linear. And
it's moving laterally.
Lateral.
How do you feel? Gee, I'm confused.
I'm definitely confused because, I mean, I never expected this. We've tested this dozens of times with the smartest people we know in labs at our school, and we never expected this. We're just confused.
So, Nathan, even though they're from Harvard, I would consider you the expert on this topic now. Do you have any advice to give?
Keep an open mind. You know, don't be emotionally attached to the results of science. I understand if you have a favorite football team and you want them to win, but there's no way to change the outcome of the observation or experience unless you manipulate the results somehow. And we're all after finding out the truth. Science is the quest for truth. So as long as we look at the data and go by what it says, like, guys, for 5 years, I've known the Earth is flat, so I'm not surprised by these findings at all. I just think it's just more proof for the flat Earth community. It's just a cherry on top of everything we've already done. So thanks, guys. You know, I appreciate it.
How do you think the community is going to react now? Because Harvard is a big name. You know, I know Mark Sargent said, Harvard, come out and prove. Like, I challenge you to come out and disprove me. That's why we did it, because Mark said that. They have now tried and failed. How is this going to affect the flat Earth community and maybe even the world?
You know, hopefully more people go out and do what these guys did, which is test the Earth yourself and see what you can find. I personally thought the method we used was kind of roundabout, because we could just look at the surface of Earth and we see way too far. Large bodies of water don't curve. We have sight distances up to 270 miles. So if you look at the surface of Earth, it's obviously flat. You guys used the Harvard way to do it, generating a magnet that won you a Guinness World Record, and the results were it moved laterally, not through the Earth. So very interesting. Also, you said that the max distance it could go would be about 8,000 miles. So if it moved laterally around the globe, halfway around the globe is approximately 12,000 miles. So if it was moving laterally across the globe, it wouldn't have reached there, according to the math and the numbers. So I just think it's pretty interesting that, you know, we did what we did and got the results we got.
Do you think that them being Harvard students will cause a bigger ripple?
I think.
Well, what does this test being done by Harvard students mean?
Harvard students aren't just random kids on Reddit or people on the internet. You know, Blake said that his parents spent $750,000 on his education. So Tons of credibility with the test that we did. Also having Guinness here to verify it. The proof is in the pudding, guys. Congratulations, you know. I'm proud of you guys. You guys did a good job.
Thank you so much. Can I get one last line maybe from you guys? Because I see you looking for flat earth. What was this outro, David?
Oh, make sure you guys keep it flat.
Keep it flat. Is that what we're all gonna do? I think we should all do it.
All right, cool. Guys, keep it flat.
Keep it flat.
Keep it flat, I guess.
Let's keep it flat.
I hope you'll take me back. We have the same beliefs now, so yeah.
Woo! Yes!
It's not every day you break a world record. Congratulations, boys.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
Congrats.
Good stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Last couple of shots of the three here, and then we wrap it.
I didn't really care that all these big drama YouTubers were mad at us. What I cared about was there was a line. We crossed that line and we became friends with all these YouTubers. These guys thought that they were helping us as their friends. And friends don't trick other friends. Or maybe sometimes they do.
Yeah, well, there you go.
I don't know. I think those guys got an extra credit there for Harvard.
And even
Doing
the
some kind of a special little trolling a flat earther, you get extra credits.
where's that other bit?
Yeah, I appreciate it. That's good. I hadn't seen the last part before when they say like, yep, we're messing with him.
Yeah, even the misspelling on the Guinness Records certificate was even funny.
I saw the little bit that I saw earlier from the Gem Panda stream. He was about to cry. He was about to cry. He was crying. I don't know if it was a live stream he had. He's like,
yeah, I got
no,
that. Yeah, I was playing that earlier too. He was getting it.
I'd rather be with my dog at home or shit like that.
He was tearing up.
Good.
Yeah, that bit. There we go.
There you go. Yeah,
he's
yeah.
He's tearing up. I think he shows it near the end.
Yeah, like last 30
yeah, there
seconds
it
or
is.
so, you know, just a little bit.
Yeah, I spelt officially wrong on the Guinness record. Wouldn't have noticed it unless you'd looked at it. Oh.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, he's getting sentimentally, emotionally punished for all he had done. I mean, it's not like he's physically getting hurt. He's hurting himself by hurting others in all the BS he does.
Yeah, who can he trust now? He's going to be a bit more. He's going to be a bit more wary.
I'll invite him this. I invited home, but I will give him a different address.
You know, for the stuff he does or tries to do to kids, Nathan deserves whatever he gets.
Yeah, I will tell my buddies in neighborhood I used to live. I will sit with them and play him kind of a compilation of Nathan Thompson in the schoolyards and all the shit he gone through, and then I'll schedule a meeting with him and schedule him to go over there. I won't be there.
That'll work.
Who can he trust?
Certainly not a couple of guys wearing chicken suits.
Well, that's the debate. Is it a chicken suit or is it a duck suit? Now, that's going to be the next debate.
That's a chicken suit.
Okay.
I mean, he can be a good like birthday clown for kids. Just come in and just talk about flat Earth, you know. Now heavily monitored by parents.
Well, he seems to have steered away from going around, as he calls it, flat smacking people out there in society.
Well,
So I haven't heard.
2020 messed him up due to the schools being closed for a long time and all this health situation going on. That screwed him up, you know. He had to change shifts. I think if nothing would have happened and the schools would stay open, he wouldn't be a free man now. He wouldn't be in, I don't know, locked up probably. Because he found nothing wrong in what he did. And there's certain level of respect, yeah. And I appreciate, you know, that you got your rights and freedom of speech and whatever. I cannot trespass what my eyes can't see. And it's about controversial topics, yes, but it's a matter of ethics and respect to other individuals, not necessarily to adults grown up, but for kids that are not yours or your families, you know.
Duck quacks don't echo. The echo.
How about those 11 vectors, guys?
Only 11.
11.
Why not 10
What,
or 12?
You mean those 11 vectors that we can all add together to get just one result?
That's millions of miles per hour, guys. And I'm holding a cup of tea and it's not spilling.
Yeah. Yeah. Blue, I'm guessing that Nathan's never had to have an MRI scan.
Yeah, probably not.
So you can tell me what the sun is, and all you can dig is 8 miles down, huh? I can go all day with the Bora Russian hole all day. I got you now.
Oh, he loves that hole in the ground, doesn't he?
Are you aware, Blue, of many things? Are you aware?
I try to be aware. Yes, I do.
Yeah, I'm just bringing awareness. I'm just telling you how things work.
He didn't seem to be too amused with my double speak today.
Yeah, because you didn't want to talk to me. I will tear you apart in pieces.
You've been listening to SE too much, Flip Flop.
I'll show you a trick or two, Blue.
Oh, that was fun.
Oh, that was fun. I had a blast with Montreal and Professor Phil Bell going at it. It was hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, they didn't want to jump in. They didn't want to address the lunar eclipse today. Kind of odd.
Well, it doesn't help them, does it? You've got this big circular shadow of the Earth on the moon.
And as I predicted it, I said like, yep, let's talk about the selenium first. Let's get it out of the way because that's their go-to. Yeah, as predicted. And that's what Montreal brought. Like, dude, you got a whole selenium eclipse.
I was so disappointed that on the occasion I tried to film the Cenehalian eclipse because it had been a perfectly clear blue sky all day. And then about an hour before sunset, it just started to cloud over. And then a 3-week dry spell, which is pretty dang long in the UK, got broken by the mother of all thunderstorms. Literally 5 minutes after I got home. I suppose it's good because I could have really done without getting caught out in it.
I'm wondering why don't you have 4 extra likes? Because the amount of likes on the people watching doesn't add up. You need like 4 more thumbs up.
Oh, I can soon fix that. Who hasn't liked out in the peanut gallery? I got 23 watching and then 19, so somebody's missed out. Who are you? Come on.
That's
Was
Nathan
it you, Tony?
lurking in the background. Hi, Nathan, back there.
Hello, Nathan. Hey, Kiwi.
Yeah, them are 2 of them lurking in the background.
Yeah. I've even had that Nathan Oakley lurking too one time. I don't know if he still lurks anymore. Oh, I've got 20. Got 3 missing. That'd be me. So if I like it, that makes 21. That's 22. Look at that. See? No worries. Flip flop. Got it all fit
But I
sorted.
now see 23 watching.
Well, there you go. See, it's all sorted.
That's what we're talking about. Hell yeah.
Yeah, no worries. Who disliked it? Oh, okay. Who did? Oh, that'd be Globy. No one's disliked.
No.
Globy usually does that for the fun of it. That doesn't bother me.
It wasn't me, Terry. It wasn't me at all.
It's all in the algorithm anyway, so it doesn't make any difference.
I got a question for Scott Bennett. What have you done to test shape of the Earth, or have you just believe everything you are told, auto believer?
Well, I don't have to test anything.
But do you even question it ever?
It's not up to me to test things, particularly towards the globe.
Do you even question anything about the globe ever?
I don't need to.
That makes you an auto believer. It's all right. It's your prerogative.
It was proven way back before the invention of the pen. So why would it have had changed since then?
No, before the pencil even, Scott.
I come to a realization that auto believers are slightly worse than the auto hoaxers due to the fact that the auto believers are going with a narrative that everybody accepts. A lot of them don't question it. I mean, that's what makes them auto believers. And those are the ones that are put in the schools and the education system to teach others what they have just taken on faith and believe, and then they spread that forward. We need more skeptical people. We need more people to question reality. Auto believers suck.
Actually, I looked into it, Terry. The pencil was invented after the pen.
Was it? Oh yeah, never thought of that.
Yeah.
Never thought of that. Yeah, we did do the pen. We did do the pen one time ages ago.
Although the ballpoint pen, that's like last century. It's newer than the actual feather pen.
Oh. Is it so last century, is it?
Yeah, so last century.
Yeah, so last century.
So we're not really coming up
I
with
will
any
disagree.
Sorry.
I will disagree with PhD Tony disagreement. I will totally disagree with PhD Tony disagreement. 100%.
What's he doing? I will disagree with you.
Oh, he disagreed with my comment about auto believers are just for no good. Yeah, another hoaxer will not be giving a job, will not be giving an authoritarian a good position in any company, in any project. He will not be leading anybody. Another hoaxer is just thrown to the corner. So that person, oh, hey, he's another hoaxer, I'm not going to hear to him. Versus another believer will be put on in a high position and will be speaking to a lot of people. He will be speaking things that he just believed and never questioned. That is dangerous, very, very dangerous. And I mean it.
Tony says there's too much human knowledge for anyone to be fully informed on the details of all science. How do you define human knowledge, Tony? And how does that correlate to the details of science?
I think for a person to be teaching something, he must have done at least a little bit of something for him to know what he's either teaching or he have learned is actually fact and it have some validity. Not just the people that a lot of Harvard students they just learn and regurgitate and they have big careers because they learned it well. They got a good memory to memorize. But they have they done things? Probably they haven't done shit. They have written papers that they heard before and they rephrased it and then they, I don't know, made up some other stuff and spew it forward. Sorry. My free speech is not about the weather, it's about controversial speech. It's about controversy.
Gently's channel. Does one need to memorize it to access to the knowledge, not just as good as having it? You gain knowledge, you don't inherently, you're not born with it.
I know Blue Bible Science slightly disagree with me. Disagree probably 100% with me. What do you think, Blue? Is that a fair approach that I'm taking? Comparing auto believers versus auto hoaxers and saying that the auto believers are slightly worse because they are the ones that teach the youth. I just really want your feedback on that or somebody else's.
Oh, sorry, I didn't catch that, Jose. I was looking for something to watch for later.
Honest feedback on my position, what I think about comparing auto believers versus auto hoaxers. Auto believers is the ones that have faith in everything and don't have to question anything. Those are the dangerous ones because those are the ones that are put in this as teachers to teach the youth. Versus the auto hoaxers, they just are not going to have a job. They're not going to teach anybody. I think auto believers are the worst than auto hoaxers. I wanted some feedback.
Nobody? I don't think anyone wants to address
Well,
that.
I believe that the people that have been. Hello?
Hello? We can hear you. We can hear you, Howie.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was going to say that the people that are certified to teach, that are college educated, they've got the science education, they've got the classroom, as well as the laboratory where you do the practical experiment that reinforce, your knowledge and understanding of what you'll be teaching. So I don't think that they're just auto believers. They do have some practical experience.
But do you think the mechanisms were put in place for people for the understanding of what people think and what they don't think, or the mechanisms are not there enough?
And do you think a teacher is giving a curriculum set of data to teach the students, and they have to learn it first. Probably, I mean, they have to understand what they're trying to teach, and then they teach it. Do you think they have done a lot of
Yeah,
that work that they're learning? I don't think so. I just don't think so. I know a lot
there.
of teachers, they just learn a lot. They got good memory.
Yeah, there are teachers in place. My step granddaughter is in a college level biology in high school, and her teacher is not qualified to teach it, and the kids are kind of just out there on their own, so to speak, you know, trying to learn it themselves. So yeah, there are failures in the system for sure.
I mean, the majority of teachers out there are going to be from good, from good to okay. There are a fair number of excellent teachers, but there are also quite a big number of pretty crap teachers, unfortunately. And unfortunately, I think the crap teachers tend to end up teaching in some of the schools where they could actually do with having the good ones. Because if your teachers don't inspire you, and you come from a background where the teachers inspiring you is what you need, is going to be the thing you need to inspire you to want to learn. You're not going to learn anything at school very much, because you're just going to sit there and go, what's the point of all this crap?
That's like, for example, when I went through, got put up a few grades in math, and we started doing these. This was in my last year at high school. They put me up a few grades, and we started doing this 2B plus AB brackets plus whatever it is type math, and I didn't understand it. I was able to. I must have been able to figure it out because I passed the exam, but practically I never knew what it was all about. Like, for what real world application it had at the time.
Yeah, because they probably didn't show you any real world applications. Because a high school maths teacher probably might not have the time or the other specialist knowledge to be able to specifically show you why it could be useful.
Well, for example,
Yeah, I recall.
Sorry,
Go
Howard.
ahead.
No, go, Howard.
I do recall one college professor, and we were discussing why do we need to know all this, and his idea is not necessarily that you'll be running into all these equations and things in life, but it's basically to train your mind to think in a way in solving problems that that will end in practical life. You know, just train your brain to think in a certain way, I guess.
Yeah, but maths is not the all ended ends all, or whatever they call it, for solving problems. There's other things that you need to learn to help solve problems in life.
I got an example. So I don't know, 5th or 6th grade teacher. He go to college and he learn, all the basics in college, and then he go to practice and he learns science. He's going to be a science teacher, and it's going to be the point that in his curriculum he's going to teach the children what is the shape of the earth, what is gravity, in a very elementary way. And the distance to the sun and the moon is very far away. Is this is made out of this, and all of these things, all of these points, they are filling the children with information, which the children are an empty vessel, and you know it. Children are not going to question none of these things. So the teacher will fill that empty vessel, and the children will just learn it. And then they grow on adults, and they start asking questions. At this point, what this teacher taught the kids, did they ask any question about it? Did they want it to understand, or did they just, I mean, they cannot question it. If they dare to question anything about, like, you know what, I want to understand a little more, you know, about the distance to the sun or the moon landings. You know what, I'm always questioning that. I got a little bit of, it's a little sketchy over here. Do you think they're going to dare to challenge their authorities? A teacher in training, you're going to challenge the authorities, question any of this? He wouldn't have a job. They have to believe it in order to teach it, even if they haven't done it.
Well,
Any of it.
They have to understand it as well too.
Well, they say I understand it, because if they say I don't understand it, they're not going to be able to pass or be a teacher. They have to learn it. Different understanding and learning it. I can learn something. If I decide, if I put some focus on my life and I dedicate a lot of time, I can learn something. But if I haven't done it, I mean, at the end of the day, I'll be just regurgitating what I learned. That's what 90% of the teachers do.
But when you also do something practically that somebody teaches you and you make a mistake, you should be able to realise what mistake you made and correct it for yourself, because then that'll prove that you actually learnt something.
And then we got some auto believers like Myro, Lonaric in the chat. He said they will be educated. What the fuck, you know? So yeah, from your point of view, you being an auto believer, of course they will be educated, because that's what you believe and you never question.
But you don't think that the tools that some of the tools you do learn at school help you practically in real life to help you to survive and actually function in society?
Depend where you went to school, the educational system, and the interest of the teachers and who the teacher was. Was he knowledge or was he a regurgitator?
Yeah, I think the unfortunate problem is that very often a teacher will end up in a school and they'll just get told, oh, well, you need to go teach the subject, even if you've got no background in it whatsoever. They suddenly find that they're short of invariably, unfortunately, a science teacher or sports. That's okay. Certainly in the UK. Certainly in the UK, that seems to be a big issue. That they will throw teachers with no or very little subject knowledge into a subject because it's a warm body to stand in front of the class.
And you know whose fault that is, right? That's the fault of the people who are assigning the resources to this. You get what you pay for. You're not willing to pay for very intelligent, very knowledgeable people. Guess what? You don't get very intelligent, very knowledgeable people. If you want very intelligent, very knowledgeable, very capable people to teach, you need to pay more to teachers. You get the quality of education that you're willing to invest in. We are not investing in quality education. We don't get quality education. The other point that I would raise in response to Jose's points is that
the first point that you just spoke is that for children, a family that have children and want to give them a good education, they need to be wealthy. They need to have money, right, to put them in good schools. Is that what you are saying, Tony?
No. What I am saying is that the government should be making sure that all teachers are highly paid. To the point that you can attract intelligent, well-educated people into the profession. The public education system is underfunded, is what I am saying. You're right that if families are wealthy enough, they can pay to go to really good schools. and that's fine. What I'm saying is that actually, as a society, we need to be willing to invest more generally, so that every child has access to a decent level of education.
We could have extra billions of dollars if we stop selling false dreams. For example, in NASA, we are investing billions of dollars to do these projects since the 80s that haven't come to fruition, and we haven't seen anything. We could have billions of dollars for the educational system.
Well, I have to say that if I were to economize on the U.S. Economy, I would be taking money out of stupid investments in defense spending. I think that a lot of defense spending is misappropriated. I think that it goes to expensive, impractical projects, and the defense budget is, thousands of times larger than the NASA budget. So if we're going to talk real money, I think we should do that. Also, the US could save trillions of dollars a year by going to universal health care. They could also save quite a bit of money by not targeting stupid and counterproductive law enforcement exercises against things that are essentially harmless. A lot of law enforcement expenditure is completely wasted and socially counterproductive. So there are a lot of things that the US could save money by doing differently. But regardless of where the money comes from, I think that education needs to be invested in more heavily than it is. If you want to get technical experts, people with some decent scientific understanding, to stand in front of a class, because as it is, they can make much more money doing something else.
Yeah, we're trying to correlate this with Australia's economy as well, with our education system and our spending in comparison to the Americans. Like you're saying, what their expenditure is for their infrastructure, but for us it's a lot different for what we have over here.
So this is a worldwide thing. And because there's no enough sources to educate people by the best way possible to teach the youth and teach the adults also, they're just hiring a bunch of people from the streets that just need a job, and they are very smart and they have a brain that absorbs a lot of information. That's why what they're doing is just absorbing a lot of information and spewing it back forward into the empty vessels.
Well, actually, a lot of teachers aren't that good academically. If they were good academically, they'd be doing something else. But the other point that I would raise here, I was going to raise another thing. So a primary school teacher has to teach English. They have to teach science, and they have to teach earth science, biology, physics, mathematics, chemistry. And while it is it seems important to us to focus on the shape of the Earth in this particular context, if we require that they have more detailed knowledge on that, then surely they should have more detailed knowledge on the processes of photosynthesis. Surely they should have more knowledge on the structure of the atom, how we know the size of the universe, and with that's mission creep, right? A primary school teacher is not, their job is not to provide the technical expertise. Now, that you're suggesting, but the point you raise is a good one, that if a child does have questions, they should have access to somebody with more technical expertise. The teacher should be able to go, well, I don't have the answer to that, but there's somebody in the school who does. So you can go and talk to them. And so that's the way. I don't think that we necessarily, no one person can cover all of the possible questions that a student can have. But we need to be able to direct the student to the right people with the right questions. Does that make sense?
Does it make sense to you if you're okay with the answer? I mean, it's you who have to make sense. I don't have to.
Well, I'm asking you if my answer makes sense to you.
I don't even have to agree or disagree. I'm listening. I mean, you're explaining. There's a big audience listening out there.
well, you asked the initial question going on, and you made the initial point, and so I was hoping that there would be a communication process between us, in addition to everybody else. But that's okay. Anyway, those were the 2 points that I wanted to make.
Tony was ishing in the chat. Jose is wrong, and I'm gonna show him how it is. And he had to jump into to over here to to do his thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think there's, as you say, Tony, there's a big difference.
Absolutely. Did you agree that I was? Did you just say absolutely that I was wrong, or did you say absolutely I had to go and tell him my point of view and how I understand it?
Well, I think both. The reason
I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. If you say I'm wrong, you are wrong, Tony. You are wrong. Thank you.
Well,
you're telling me I'm wrong. I'll say you're wrong. Now it's a big contest over here. That's what's up.
Yeah. So I mean you go on, Alan. Obviously, I'm just going to repeat myself.
I was just going to say, as you rightly pointed out, there is a big difference between teaching in primary school and teaching in secondary level schools, because mostly in primary schools they don't have subject area teachers. A teacher has to be able to teach all of the subjects required in the curriculum, and it's not just STEM and English; it's also history, geography, the arts. It's such a big subject area that you tend to find that those doing primary education will have been educated to be a primary school teacher. They will have had a generalist education in order to do that. Whereas you get into secondary school where you start getting subject area teachers, and you're going to hope that the educators there have a decent amount of subject background, as well as a decent understanding of teaching. But yes, as you say, many people who are teaching in secondary schools, especially in STEM subjects, they're not going to be the top flight academics, because if they were, they would be in tertiary education, not secondary.
My question will be, what makes a person qualified to call somebody being right or wrong on a personal opinion? When Tony and myself, we had a personal opinion. What qualifies a person to call somebody being wrong?
Well, I would suggest that the reason I say that is because what you're suggesting, the solution you're suggesting, is not practically achievable. So if you say the world should be like this would be a better way to do things, but that is impossible.
Yeah, but I didn't say none of that.
You did. You said
no, I didn't.
That,
you are rephrasing what I said.
No.
That I had, and you are interpreting it that way. You're presenting it in a way that I didn't say it. You're presenting it that way. But
okay,
that's not
well
what
then
allow
me to repeat what I heard. What I heard you say was that teachers should be well informed enough to address any technical question that any child in their class has about the shape of the earth. I extrapolated this to any other subject on which the teacher might be teaching stuff, because there's no reason why the shape of the earth should be especially valuable knowledge. So now what your statement, the effect of your statement is that primary school teachers should be well enough informed on every aspect of every subject that they are teaching, that they should be able to deal with dissenting children and answer their questions with great rigor. My response to that position is that that is impractical to achieve. Now, am I wrong in suggesting that the shape of the world is not special? Do you feel that basically, as a general rule, teachers should be well educated on the shape of the earth, but all of the other topics that they're teaching, they don't need to be specially educated on? Is that your position?
You're asking me now for an opinion that will make no difference whatsoever on the topic on hand.
I am asking you to clarify your position.
Oh, so you weren't listening. You come in over here to reinterpret what I say it in a different way, and then try to put me in the spot as like, oh,
okay, can I just suggest that I did not come in here to personally attack you?
I didn't say that.
And the vehemence with which I am being greeted in response to the things I say, and I felt like I said them fairly civilly.
Oh, me as well.
Okay, then I'm uncertain why this is veering so sharply into a ditch, because you're now saying that I wasn't listening to what you said, that I'm not arguing in good faith. You're refusing to clarify your position, and you're basically adopting an academic, an intellectually dishonest stance.
That is your opinion. I respect your opinion.
If you allow me to finish what I'm saying. Allow me to finish what I'm saying.
You mad, bro?
You do not get to interrupt me and then say.
That was odd. Silence now.
What happened?
Maybe he blew up his mic. He got shouty. He got very, very emotionally invested into this. It's not good.
Terry, would you like to explain what just happened? Okay. I am unaccustomed to being interrupted while I am still in the process of saying something. Can you please refrain from doing that, Jose? Is that within your capabilities?
Yes, sir. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't say I say this, I say that. Make your point and don't say what I say.
I think I was
in
muted
your way.
then. No one could hear me. Sorry. I muted.
You can speak all you want. I won't interrupt. I won't interrupt if you don't put words.
You have interrupted me 5 times already in this.
Well, I'm trying to speak here because I was muted. Sorry. Now, can I speak? How do I unmute people? Oh, I've got to ask to unmute, do I? Isn't there a way you can just unmute people?
Yeah, I think we have to unmute ourselves, Terry.
Oh, you have to unmute yourself. Yeah. I can mute you, and you just can unmute yourselves. I think you just need to step back a bit and be a bit more mature about this and re-clarify any statements before things get a bit too heated, because things just seem to go down a rabbit hole when things don't get clarified from the onsets.
So when I asked for clarification, I was personally attacked as somebody who wasn't paying attention to the conversation and doesn't know what I was talking about. No clarification was forthcoming.
Well, if you didn't understand what his initial
I maintain that I did understand what he was saying, and I am now asking for clarification. Now, normally, I would expect that he would be willing to restate his position. Instead, he decided to personally attack me.
Okay, but there's no need for personal attacks or anything. Just stick.
Yeah, I didn't personal attack. He can. If
You
he can tell me
did.
what kind of person. Well, thank you.
Do I have to? I won't mute you. I'll mute you again if you just keep going. This is not very mature of adults.
I didn't personal attack. He is just.
You did personally.
So you can't help. You can't help yourselves, can you?
Yeah, indeed. So I didn't personally attack. If he felt
just get back to the subject, the topic.
Opinion, yeah.
Don't worry about.
Okay. Do you accept the proposition that there is a limit to how technically competent teachers can be in the various subjects that they have to teach?
Yes, why not?
Okay. Do you accept that at lower levels of education, teachers have very broad teaching responsibilities and therefore a lot of subjects they have to teach?
For the hell of accepting it, because you're now interrogating me, yes.
Okay, so you will accept that people and again, that is a characterization of my me personally, right? When you describe what I'm saying as an interrogation, that is a personal characterization, right?
That's my opinion.
Okay, so having accepted that,
well, we're not getting anywhere here by the sound of it.
Having accepted.
Don't try to talk over me, Tony, when I'm speaking. Thank you.
Sorry, there was a delay there. I did not mean to speak over you. My apologies, Terry.
I think it's more Jose's chance to actually have his say and actually reinterpret and emphasize any statements that he was making before anyone else comments, which would make a better clarification on the topic that Jose's talking about.
It will take me 10 seconds.
Yeah, you're fine.
Auto believers are worse than the auto hoaxers. I'll tell you why. Auto hoaxers are dangerous and they will not be hired by a very corporation, education, by the government, because they are not to be trusted. But the auto believers, that the ones that swallow everything they read and they get a very good memory to remember everything they read and they are able to regurgitate it at command, those are the dangerous ones, because those are the ones that are put in higher position and also to teach our children. Those are dangerous that don't question what they learn. They just learn it and regurgitate it. That's my point.
I need some more clarification in the auto believing and auto hoaxing type scenario.
Auto hoaxing is a person that everything they see, everything they hear, everything they read is automatically fake, and they preach forward and they tell people, oh, the news are all fake. You see this accident in the news is fake. You see this explosion is fake. These big events of war, all fake. Nobody died, nobody got hurt. Those are the auto hoaxers. Those people are not going to get a job, because when people when they go to an interview, they realize, oh, this guy is dangerous. You know, he just doesn't believe anything I tell him. You know, how am I going to give him a job? Auto believers, they read 1, 2, 3 books. They read an encyclopedia. They go to Wikipedia and they learn 45 articles, and they are very knowledgeable by reading and absorbing all the information they read. Have they done any research on what they read? Those people that are considered auto believers do not do any research. Now, if you have been in the field, if you have done something about the topic you're learning, that you're not an auto believer. But the auto believers are the ones that just read, they hear the news, and everything is 100% facts because I heard it in CNN, Fox, and ABC News. They don't question it whatsoever. Those are dangerous because they will go to the neighbor. Hey, neighbor, did you heard that there was a plane that got abducted by UFOs? No, yeah, it happens because I see it on the news. Those are the auto believers. Those are dangerous people. Nothing to be over here offended, triggered, or emotionally invested about.
That's true. No, conversations don't need to go down that type of emotional roller coaster.
So it happened.
Okay. We'll get over it. It's okay.
Well, I would respond by saying that the assertion that auto believers end up as teachers preferentially is factually incorrect. And I was trying to talk about the properties of people who are teachers. There is literally no one who is academically competent to get high marks by reading a syllabus who immediately goes out and then says, well, I believe in UFOs because I heard it on the radio.
Yeah, I think we're discussing a subject that I brought up a while back. It's certain people are genetically disposed. I can't think of the word.
Predisposed.
Predisposed to certain things, whether it be astrophysical, astronomy, astrological type stuff, religion, all those type of things. Same as somebody might like football, somebody might like racing, car racing, somebody might like betting, gambling. There's all these types of things that different traits that people have. And they weren't indoctrinated in those things.
No, they learnt them out of enthusiasm and interest. The point I was trying to make is that a lot of teachers will only have a very superficial understanding of only a relatively superficial understanding of the materials that they are presenting. This is necessary because they are actually presenting a very broad variety of materials, and they cannot acquire a deep understanding of all of those materials. This would tend to run counter to, they are teaching such a broad variety of material that they cannot possibly investigate all of the controversies that might arise surrounding them. By definition, primary school teachers are not going to be the people you want addressing technical questions from students. And I rather object to the characterization of teachers as dangerous. I rather object to the suggestion that that teachers preferentially mindlessly repeat that which they have heard. And I would suggest that it actually shows a profound misunderstanding of the education process, because the entire point of the education process is to get people to think critically, to analyze the information, because a person who believes everything that they are told is going to end up insane, because they're going to get told, for instance, that the world is a globe or that the world is flat. Who are they going to believe? They've been told two contradictory things. It's not possible for one person to believe everything that they're told. It's just not, it doesn't make any sense, because there's stuff out there that directly contradicts other stuff out there. And so what we try and do in the education system is equip people with the logical and intellectual tools to critically think about which of the arguments is more, if either, is more persuasive or more factually grounded or more reasonable. That is the purpose of the education process. But it doesn't really work with 6-year-olds. It doesn't work with 8-year-olds. For those purposes, you just need to instill in them tools. You need to give them the intellectual tools that they can use later on when their brains have matured sufficiently, that they can actually start on their journey into critical thinking. But 6-year-olds and 8-year-olds, well, I want an ice cream. Why can't I have an ice cream? Well, it's not good for you. There are various reasons why you can't have an ice cream. Well, that doesn't matter to me. I want an ice cream. It's just not. You don't reason with children. There's a reason you don't reason with children, because they're often very unreasonable creatures.
I agree with you, Tony.
Yeah, they don't understand the concept of the logic. If you give them a certain
and in
answers.
those early years, the years we refer to as grade school, early grade school, everything is rote taught and rote learned. It has to be. There's simply no way for young children like that, to truly have gain the understanding that you get as you get further up the food chain. And your point's well taken, Tony. I mean, teachers in the grade school levels are put upon to handle a number of different subjects. And at first, and at least in the school system I went to, I was with one teacher all day long. So that teacher had to be subject matter expert on everything.
Yeah.
As we move a little further along, then you start seeing certain teachers that are specializing in history or art or whatever.
Yeah.
And as you well know, by the time you reach the level of college, it is totally
specialized.
Exactly. You don't have a physics teacher teaching chemistry. You don't have a chemistry teacher teaching electrical engineering.
Yep.
It just doesn't happen.
Yep.
We stick to our specialties then.
I just want to say that
you're beyond the rote learning phase.
Yeah, that's right.
It's no longer monkey see, monkey do. You are expected at that point to begin to understand the material that's being presented to you.
Yeah. Jose raises a really critical point, and I think it's a really good one, which is that a teacher who gets a difficult question and just says, shut up, sit down and listen to me, that's a very dangerous teacher, and it's a very bad teacher. There should be resources available to a teacher who has a curious student who wants to get more information. The teacher should have the option of saying, look, if you want more information on this, there's a teacher over there, or there are books in the library, we can help you. And I think that to me was sort of the essence of what Jose was saying was dangerous. And I agree that you don't want to have the curiosity stamped out of young children, crushed out of young children by people just saying, never ask any questions. And I think Jose makes a very good point that is a very negative aspect. And I said as much early on in this discussion. I think that we need better funding so that we have better teachers, and we also need resources so that if a teacher does get a curious or bright student, they can go, okay, here's a way you can get answers to your questions. On the other side, if there are kids who will just ask questions just to be troublesome, and there are other kids who will ask really stupid questions that aren't necessarily going to go anywhere. So it's a difficult thing.
Terry, Scott, Howard, Tony, Alan.
I'm sorry.
Blue. Thank you very much for having me. I'm out of here. I expect at least not to hear misrepresentation of what I stated. I will keep listening because I will jump back and defend myself. Thank you very much. Boom.
I had, I had an answer. I had an answer for that for flip flop. It's reiterating your point. If it's not understandable and you get the wrong answer, obviously you have to restate it in a way so it's understandable. That's all that boils down to. Anyway, what I was going to bring up about the education thing, I can't remember it much back at the time when I was at school, but I remember my children when they went through high school, they had career advisors. Now, I'd like to. I never went through that at that time, so I got no experience of it. And from what I gather, the career advisors weren't the technical type people to understand the math or the science or whatever the subjects were. They were just there to help you guide to what career you want to go down in the future, like whether to go to university or maybe do something there or whatever. I don't know how those people even helped out with any children at high school to know what career they were going to do after high school even.
Yeah. I have to say that I'm not exactly sure how that conversation ended up the way it did.
Well, I was still going to try to get back onto this, whether you're a skeptic or whether you're you're a believer, which is a bit of a broad word to use in that context. What, you believe something, or you're a spiritual, or you're religious, as in believer. There's different ways you could interpret that. And everyone's got some, like when you're growing up, there might be some skepticism for certain things, but not the shape of the earth type stuff. It could be just in everyday life. You might just be a bit not sure about something, But the bigger picture things, no, they only come about later on when you hear about it from somebody else and you get caught up in groups and in whatever society or group people you're around at the time.
Yeah.
Which there are examples of that here. Exhibit A. Like, as you can see, I don't go down this rabbit hole of the argument with the flat earthers and the globies types things. I'll put me 2 cents worth in here and there, but it's just my own reality or where I am, that for what I see, somebody else is going to contradict that. That's all that is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Message deleted by the Google moderator team.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a new one. I'd never seen that one before. So I don't know what that was. I don't know what was written on that statement. What was the message?
Basically, I was replying to Gently's last message to me about auto-belief, and I just said that I think auto-belief is... I have too many problems with auto-belief, auto-hoax, because of the number of contradictory things that you would have to believe.
Yeah, somebody else has got done by the Google moderator. Thurston did. Thurston too.
I mean,
he got done by Google too. Yes, Jose, you brought a topic, but that's just, like I said, insert topic in my title, but we talk about multiple topics, not just the one. There's an SE Montreal in the peanut gallery. Says that's what you guys are, auto believers. It comes out of NASA's. It's gold. See, exactly my point. See, the person in the peanut gallery wasn't even listening to what I said about believing. Are you talking about belief in the religious context, or are you talking about believe as in you believe somebody if they if they say something to you and you believe what they said. You've got to put it in the right context.
SE Montreal was the person that Blue was referring to earlier, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have trust that anything that NASA publishes is going to be correct, or at least is going to be the current best understanding that we have of that particular area, because it has gone through the scientific process and peer review. Although, of course, some of their press stuff might be a bit cocked up because, you know, press releases for the general press can end up that way because I'm sure that even organisations like NASA have to write press releases in such a way that the mainstream press will, will be able to use that information. It seems these days pretty much verbatim. But I hope people get where I'm going with this. Sorry, it is fairly early in the morning here in the UK.
Sorry, I'm just having to reply to a peanut.
Miro,
thank
you very much.
I'm on it. I'm on it.
Terry, I think you're going to need to take Miro's banner away.
I might have to. Keeps up that. I told you. No F. You're not allowed to say the F word here. And I know Tony's naked again, but he was to promise me that he was going to keep it Avatar. Back to the. Yeah, I know. You told me before you use Zoom, and you have to have a separate thing for your avatar to your camera thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. You haven't been on for a while, so you didn't get that sorted out again like you did.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind talking about the education side of things and what we get taught and what we learn, where it comes down to whether it's a belief or we believe it. That's two different things. What do we call it? Wish I could remember the right words sometimes. They're in the back of my head. I can't think of them at the time.
Terry, I think there's a big, I'm sure Tony might agree with this, I think there is a big difference between trusting sources and believing stuff.
Yeah. Well, like Montreal said before, something about the NASA thing. Why wouldn't we believe what they say? And why is it always NASA? Why is it so much? I don't know. I'm being a flat earther here in the context of flat Earth to globe Earth, so to speak. Northern Hemispherians' concept of where we live, it gets my goat because we're down here in the Southern Hemisphere when things do not work on any other shape except a globe. And also, Northern Hemispherian commerce or governments are not here. So that's the conversation's so biased, always in one direction.
Yeah, I think the unfortunate position that we have is that the vast majority of the land mass, and therefore the vast majority of the world's population, are in the Northern Hemisphere. Just through a quirk of geography.
Yeah.
Hey Miro, Santa is real. I have a young grandson, and more on the way.
Yes, Santa is real to the young ones until they get old enough and realise what's going on. and then you go sneaking into your parents' wardrobe and sneak a peek at what presents are in there for Christmas. I'm not saying I did that, I'm just saying. Oh, name me one thing you guys don't believe about NASA. Go.
I don't believe that NASA is the Hebrew word for deceive.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't believe NASA is the only space agency in the world.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. NASA's not really as much as what they used to be. It's all
You know,
SpaceX now and all those.
I don't believe that NASA is the front of an international multi-trillion-dollar global conspiracy.
Yeah.
Reverse piezo.
I don't believe that NASA killed their astronauts to cover up the conspiracy. Any more stuff you want?
Piezoelectric, isn't that the piezo thing that's in your stove to light your gas stove? How's it reversed? How can you reverse that effect? That's a good one.
Well, reverse piezoelectric. You can do piezoelectric effect in both directions. You can squeeze a piece of piezoelectric material, and it will produce a charge field, and you can apply a charge across it, and it will move. That's how piezoelectric buzzers and sounders work. A bit like if you take a microphone, if you take a loudspeaker, you can use a loudspeaker as a microphone just by working it in the opposite direction.
You blow up the piezo? Dave said. You blow it up.
Well, you mustn't put too much voltage across the piezo because that might well blow it up, yes. But then you mustn't put too much voltage across any electronic device.
I think we need PhD Tony and Mr. Flip Flop here for a one-on-one another day.
I am unwilling.
No? You got plans?
No, I will have for whenever you have Jose back on your channel.
Well, he does notice.
I do not like being deliberately wound up. I do not think that it's funny. I do not think that it's amusing, and I am not well pleased.
It all comes under miscommunication, Tony. That's all it is.
Well, he. If it were a miscommunication, then I would have expected, for instance, when I was talking over you because there was a lag, I started talking and then you started talking after me, and then you were very unhappy that I was talking over you. I explained that there was a lag, and I was very sorry for that. Absolutely, I do not wish to talk over you, Terry. That would be an enormous sign of rudeness and disrespect, and I'm deeply mortified that you had that impression of me, and I'm sorry. I regret it. I certainly didn't intend it.
Yeah, sometimes I try to just grab the gap when you go or like the words in between. There's a word in the middle of something.
Fair enough.
If there's because our lag can't be that far apart because I'm only just up the road from you, so if I need to, I'll take that. I don't usually talk over people, but if I need to butt in quickly, I'll try to pick that right spot if there's no lag. But if there's other people on the panel here that there might be a split-second delay, I know it might be a bit more different. But this channel does not. Well, I don't like it anyway. The drama of the argument so much. I will butt in if I notice that not so much the argument itself, but the tone and the tone and the attitude, the tone and attitude, and things like that, and personal attacks.
Okay.
Things like that is what I don't like.
Okay. Well, I feel that I asked him to rephrase his position, and instead of rephrasing his position, he said that I didn't understand and didn't listen to his position, but I rushed on in order to confront him. That felt like deeply personal criticism, but it did not clarify what his position actually was. And I felt like I had actually listened to his opinion and analyzed it in some detail and was presenting a more deep response than he actually appreciated. I don't like it when I am told in response to that my position is based on ignorance and misunderstanding. I react, and I also react poorly to being interrupted by somebody who is just asserting that while I'm in the middle of trying to explain what my position was. So yes, I don't tolerate that. And if somebody does it to me, I'm not going to speak to them again.
Well, it takes two to tango. Sorry, Tony.
It does. No. It does take two to tango, and you're quite right. I should not. I shouldn't let it rile me up like that. But it does, and it did, and it's not going to happen again because it's not going to. There's not going to be an opportunity for it to happen again.
And you do know, Tony, that I do have a. I'm not accusing you. I'm just stating it. That there's certain rules that I have on this channel.
Yep. Yes.
The one is swearing. The other one is also the alcohol intake of certain people, which I have had a problem with in the past, but not to the extent of of not being a big problem. But that was back at Christmas time. It was a bit of fun back then.
Okay. Sorry, are you suggesting that I've ingested alcohol?
I'm not accusing you of it. I'm just stating that part of it. And anyone that comes on the panel that show that they're intoxicated or they're and that comes under the same umbrella as the argumentative attitude if they wanted to bring in that into the panel and cause disruptions or things like that to the panel. I know my shows do get a little bit boring and no one gets to speak much, and we don't usually have a topic on which I'm bringing up these Monday after show before shows type time period in my daytime this time of day in between my normal Wednesday Saturday shows. But the topic can be general, it can be broad. We can do whatever we want, whatever comes up. We can have a conversation. Somebody can come on and discuss a certain topic, but anytime it starts turning into a bit of a shouting match or anything like that, well, that's where I'll draw the line at it. The topic's got to be
fair.
Sorry, Tony.
No.
I finished my diatribe.
Terry, can you move me for a minute, please?
Yeah.
Shit.
So I'm a bit mystified to some extent because I came on and I thought that I gave Jose's position some credit, and I didn't think that I was aggressive. And then he just started, escalating, and obviously my perception is not to be relied upon. I guess. Anyway.
Well, Jose did want to, or flip flop, as he was called when he came on here. To bring up a topic and maybe discuss it and have a bit of back and forward about it, but that's as much as what I was seeing. But it's not right for me for one person to get singled out in the conversation on the panel, because we're all here. We can all voice an opinion or an interpretation or reinterpret back to the person that was asking the question. I was about to jump in a few times and ask Flip-Flop a few things, but Flip-Flop shouldn't have just allowed you to be answering the thing, because I was a bit confused myself to where he was going with his question as well. So you're not the only one that was having that problem that way. No, I didn't say you escalated, Jose, Flip-Flop, or Jose.
I did, because he kept on interrupting me, and when I got angry about being interrupted, he just started shouting louder.
Yeah, I did pick up on the over-talking when one person was speaking and the other person started over-talking. I was picking up on that. And that's when I noticed your voice got a little bit different in tone, and that's when I that's when I muted people to calm down.
Okay. And that's fair enough. It was very frustrating, however, to be muted and then for you to not explain what happened. People started making jokes about how my microphone might have blown up or that sort of thing.
No, I don't.
And that's.
Yeah, I don't hear the microphone level thing. I can hear the tone of a person's voice and their attitude and all those type of things. That's where I'm a bit more knowledgeable in that way. I might not be the sharpest tool in the shed with the physics and the science that some of you guys can spout, but I can still put my 2 cents worth in for other things.
I am not going to shut up and be talked over by somebody who is not arguing in good faith, as far as I could tell. He wouldn't reiterate his position. He would just reiterate my misunderstanding and my lack of intelligence. And then when I tried to explain the relationship between what I was saying and what he had said earlier, he just kept on interrupting me. I find that intensely frustrating, and I react according to it. He's in the chat now saying that I'm projecting, that he did nothing wrong, that I escalated, and that everything is my fault. Well, okay, that's his opinion. I'm going to rely on my opinion, and my opinion tells me to navigate better in future.
And it's always the bigger man that can apologise, and it's even a bigger man that can apologise. Both people can apologise, no matter who's at fault or who's in the wrong. It doesn't matter. You apologise to each other and get on with it. You don't just keep, sticking the knife into each other, saying you're at fault. No, you're at fault. No, it was your fault. No, you don't do that.
Well, again, I wouldn't have done that. And I would happily have not referred to this again if somebody in the chat didn't keep on asking me questions and addressing comments to me. Again, if he wanted to stay and had this conversation, he could have. And, obviously I yelled. Yelling was inappropriate. I'm sorry I yelled at you, Jose.
If I may, from a third person perspective, I predicted things were going to go sideways, and it's nothing against you, Tony. I'm in agreement with you, and you're obviously well-educated, intelligent man. But when you said, what you're saying is, that was a quote, what you're saying is, I knew things were going to go sideways, because to him, he interpreted that you're trying to tell me what I'm saying, kind of thing. And that's where it all went sideways.
Okay.
Yeah, so
what I meant to say,
certain wordings can be misinterpreted.
They can. Yeah. They can, and that's a fair point. But the logical consequences of the positions he was taking, which I got into in a bit more detail later on in the discussion. So that's what I was trying to get at. The logical consequences of the basic construct was that you would need to have infinitely educated primary school teachers. teachers who could answer any controversial point on anything that they taught. It's just not a practical conclusion as far as I can tell. And I thought that I had stated that clearly and unambiguously and in a deliberately non-inflammatory fashion that conceded his point. His point that curious students should not just be told to shut up and sit down. I think that that's right. I think that there should be a mechanism by which those students can be directed to the resources that they need to get the answers to their questions. And I said that repeatedly, but I'm not, and I mean, but I don't consider pointing out the logical consequences of what somebody said to be picking a fight per se. And I'm a bit mystified that that's how it came across. But I'll accept your, I hadn't realized that could be that inflammatory, I guess is what I'm saying. So I'll have to be more cautious in future.
And I'm also trying to correlate your answer to other bit of what, because Jose was bringing up this auto-skeptic and auto-belief part of it as well in the same in the same sentence.
So what he was saying was that people who believe stuff and can regurgitate it, people who just accept what they're taught in school, don't question it and can regurgitate it onto an exam paper, they end up as teachers, but they don't question anything and they basically teach dogma. And he was saying that was dangerous. Well, there are a number of reasons why little children are taught dogma, because they're not really in an intellectual space where critical thinking comes very easily to them.
And to be a skeptic or not to be a skeptic as well, that can be just a personal trait for some people. That's not just something you can be indoctrinated with.
Yeah, and also I just can't see how you can automatically believe everything you see and read everywhere, because you would just have to accept far too many contradictions.
Yeah, I don't. But regardless,
it's. I can kind of. Well, in fact, even the people who believe everything's a hoax, they must believe something they read in order to be able to develop the hoax theories. Because the hoax theories, they seem to have at least some minor agreement on various things. So it's, they've got to accept and take on trust something that they're reading, because otherwise they would, you wouldn't be able to have either position, would you?
Yeah, that would be, you can't, the whole point of critical thinking is that you can look at different information sources and come to a determination about which is the more reliable, but you can't just accept all information sources as being equally reliable. It doesn't work.
So where do we go from here? Do we blame society, or do we blame the government, or do we? Is there a blame that's directed at anyone in particular, or?
Well, it's a circular argument, really. You need better educated voters who can make better decisions about our social priorities, but without the better education system, how do you get there? So it's a sort of a chicken and egg problem as far as I can tell. But I talk a lot, so other people should stay so.
I don't know what, staying on the education thing, I don't know what it's like in Australia, but over here in the UK we have pockets where we have towns where the schools are failing, and they can't get bad teachers, let alone good teachers, because anybody who's got any sort of education realizes that if they move to that area, their children are going to be going to bad schools. You know, they're going to be out, you know, they'll have a job in the school, but their spouse, significant other is going to struggle to find work. And so things just get worse and worse and worse. You know, you have schools that, you know, yes, they're having to use, you know, secondary schools where there is where there are no specialist teachers in STEM subjects at all, because they just can't attract them to those areas. One specific to my location is a lot of the former holiday resort seaside towns that we have, because they're big towns and they're in decline. There's no, many of them had no industry and have had no industry other than tourism. And when there's no, and tourism has been in huge decline in the UK. Or that's the stay-at-home holiday type tourism has been in such decline in the UK that these towns just have nothing to offer anymore. But of course, populations that are stuck there. And it seems it doesn't matter how much you offer the teachers to move there, they're unwilling because of things other than the amount of money they can earn.
Yeah. It's a matter of finances, and the government, you know, governments really need to prioritize teaching. It's kind of it's basically a crap job, and you don't really get technically competent people in there. So we need, as a society, to reassess where we are in education. Okay, well, I'm going to leave, and I'll talk to you all later.
Okay then, Tony. Thanks for coming in, mate. Oh, that was interesting.
Sorry, Terry, I'm having a bit of a problem with the.
I already muted you once.
I know. I did ask because I knew because I couldn't get, because I wasn't going to be able to move the hand to the. I wasn't going to be able to mute myself, and you really didn't need to hear the string of crap that came out of my mouth at that point.
Anytime you say the word mute, I'll just go mute. What's that SCE in Montreal talking about? They're talking about a different subject now. He's trying to pick on somebody by the look of it.
Yeah, Montreal's just out there trolling. Same as usual.
Of course.
Yeah, he's not bringing anything to the table that's something that we can all discuss. If you're just going to be a bit, if you're just going to pick on one person and one thing, Montreal, it's not really adding to anything. I don't know if it's me or what it is, but because I'm older and wiser, I suppose, just certain attitudes and behaviours just do not go down well with me. It's just something I don't know if that's the way I was brought up, or you can't say I was indoctrinated. You can't say it was something that I believe in. Certain things are the way you like them, or you perceive things. I can't be any different to a lot of people. There have to be other people out there the same.
Yeah, certain things, certain fights are worth fighting, and sometimes the battle's just not worth it. Because Flip Flop said something that pissed me off, and Tony said something that pissed me off. So I could have jumped in and jumped on both of them. Problem is in my mind is not that we've wasted money on NASA. The problem is we haven't spent enough money on NASA. But that's just me stating my opinion, and Flip Flop's got a right to his opinion. Tony thinks we need to eviscerate the U.S. Armed Forces and donate all the money to universal health care. I say that's fine if you can get the allies of the U.S. to take care of their own damn protection. And until then, be friggin' glad we spend as much money as we do on our armed forces. They tend to keep the world a pretty safe place.
Well, look what happened hundreds of years ago with certain civilizations, what they were doing. How they rose and they fell because of different reasons. Tried to take over. Where'd they end up?
Sometimes one does see the US military spending an awful lot of money on what one might think might be dubious research. Then one realizes DARPANET. And then there is actually, it might not have been a huge military, a huge thing for the military in so much, but hey, it has now been a huge thing for the rest of the world, hasn't it? And unfortunately, in all fields of advanced research, you can spend an awful lot of money and get nothing back. Or, I suppose, no, you do get something back. You get back the realization that we don't have the technology to do that. Would you say that's fair, Blue?
Yeah, I would.
Mira's saying, yeah, but the United States want everything to have a system like they do, which is fine, but then as a big brother, they have to support smaller brothers. Well, haven't we got that sort of thing over here in Australia, where we've got certain ports or places where US military ships or personnel are based as well?
Yeah. We got U.S. military personnel all over the world.
Yeah. And the militaries of other nations have troops, or have certainly have some military personnel based in the US.
Sure.
Well, look what happened in World War II when Darwin got bombed. Well, like we were on our own back then, and when the Japanese come and bombed us, and that was just after Pearl Harbor, I think. So we didn't really have it. We weren't really involved in that way.
Well, I mean, I think the big problem was that the RAAF was at that point still quite small, and Australia is a huge area to defend. So it becomes difficult. You know, the RAAF did have fighter aircraft up near Darwin, but of course the big problem is that because any perceived enemy was so far away, and because of the complexities involved, what Australia didn't have was an interconnected air defence system like we had in the UK. So it and lacking that interconnected defence system with radar and other spotters and ground controlled intercept and all the rest of it, without that you're literally back to flying standing patrols looking for the enemy coming, and that is incredibly difficult to do. You know, and at the outbreak of war, so like I say, in early 42, you're in that position of you've still got to get that infrastructure into place to combat the bombing raids, and even when you've got all of that, you're not going to stop all of the bombing raids getting through. I mean, yeah, look at what Germany did to the UK with bombing raids. Look at what the Allies did to Germany with bombing raids.
So we put up infrastructure here along the south coast here, up near Sydney on the north head, south head, and down in Wollongong area here. We got gun emplacements, and they were cannons actually back in the day when they built them, and they were built a long time ago for just protection on this side of the coast.
Yeah, I mean, back then, of course, you would protect your ports because that's what you could protect.
If I could add, when Japan first bombed Darwin, we had a squadron of P-40s that came from the US that was being, given to the RAAF, but they never had the time to repaint them. Wow. And flew into battle under the American with the American Randalls and all that on the fuselage.
And I heard that
Darwin,
we didn't have.
Darwin was bombed more than once.
I heard also that they weren't trained, our pilots or something. Was that something that I'm misinterpreting? Something to do with the training?
Yeah, I mean, the RAAF pilots would have been well trained, but what they wouldn't have had was combat experience, where the IJN pilots because it was going to be mostly Imperial Japanese Navy attacking Australia rather than the Imperial Japanese Army Air Force. The IJN Air Force, their pilots were probably all going to be combat veterans because they've been fighting in China for the best part of 10 years. So pretty much all their aircrew early war were all had combat experience, whereas American pilots and Australian, and to a degree the Australian pilots who were based in Australia would not have had that combat experience. And for a pilot, some combat experience, if they live that long, is a big advantage.
But going back to the American influence and superiority or policing or however you want to put it, what if it could be speculated of what would have what America would have done if Pearl Harbor didn't get bombed, and how far into the war was England with Germany at the time? That's something I haven't really heard about anyone speculating what could have happened, going by what did happen.
The war. I mean, if Pearl Harbor hadn't been bombed, I don't think America would have joined the war. Maybe for another year. You have to remember that right throughout 41, the US Navy were protecting convoys to Britain and Russia by that time as well, of course. They were protecting those convoys in America, I think within 200 nautical miles of the American coast. And they were actively hunting German submarines.
Because America was supplying England with supplies as well, but
yeah. Well, they were selling us stuff at a handsome profit. One that we've only just finished paying off. Because that was one of the big problems that Britain had after the war in getting back on the street is we had to pay off Lend-Lease. You know, we were paying off Lend-Lease while the rest of Europe was getting money from America on the Marshall Plan.
Yes, Brainry, we were talking about education in general before.
Then we set up a fake base somewhere in the northern part of the country to trick the Japanese to bomb that instead of Darwin and Broome, which worked.
Yeah. And of course, Cairns and Townville. Cairns is up north end of Australia, isn't it?
Yeah, the northeast coast in Queensland.
So Cairns, Townsville, they were all also bombed as well, of course.
I'm not sure about bombs. I know they had midget submarines to go and attack, like Sydney even had them.
I heard about that one.
I know Townsville was bombed, and I'm pretty sure Townsville had a squadron, or at least a couple of flights from a squadron of Spitfires defending it at one point. Because I remember at some point last year reading an article about it in Aeroplane. But yeah, of course, one of the other problems is that there were a lot of experienced Australian pilots with combat experience. The problem was that they were all fighting in North Africa and Britain.
There was even a Japanese Zero over Hobart. There you go.
Yeah.
It was only one on a recon mission.
Yeah. And It's only been recently, thanks of course to Google Earth, where you can swing stuff around and look at it, that I realised just how close the Solomon Islands are to Australia, for example.
Yeah, well, that was a big battlefront there.
Yeah, I mean, they were fighting up through the Solomons for the whole of the war, weren't they? And New Guinea.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure that was the Japanese first main defeat was in the Coral Sea, and that's pretty much in that area.
Yeah, just about 6 weeks before Midway, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
So, sorry. I was just going to keep the conversation on instead of just getting stagnant in one type of
Yeah, no,
area.
that's all right. I was expecting you to move us on, Terry, because
I like to move on too quick for other people, actually, because my mind's actually racing onto other topics while we're bringing up these topics.
especially when it's not a topic, especially when it's not a main topic main topic area for the channel.
Yeah.
Did I hear someone mention coffee?
Yes. No, actually, it's beer o'clock here, Scott. So grab me a Carlton draft out of the fridge while you're there. See, I'll bring up the questions.
It's right next to the milk.
Oh, okay. I'll bring up the topics what we're talking about because for people that do have more of an understanding of what happened, like I watch a lot of videos. You know, the IKS exploration people. That's Alan knows about them. So we've gone through all the World War II bases and all that sort of stuff, and then they're also doing the Cold War stuff too. Now, could you say that the Cold War started straight away, or was already put in place at the end of World War II?
Oh yeah, I mean, in fact, the relationship between the Allies and the Soviet Union was cooling very rapidly even before the end of the war. One of the, I think one of the reasons why they were so willing to use the nukes on the Japanese was because of the predicted losses of any sort of landing on the Japanese home islands, but also to keep the Soviet Union out of the Far East War, because the Soviet Union didn't actually declare war on Japan until July of 1945. I think it was. It was certainly well after the European war had finished. So,
I don't know if it was shortly before Hiroshima or shortly after. The Soviet Union didn't get into the war in the Pacific until very, very late.
Yeah.
I mean, it was virtually over.
Yeah. And it was seen by the West as simply the Soviet Union trying to make a land grab.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, I think it was.
It was seen that way because that's what they were doing.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, because communist China didn't work out so well for the Soviet Union, did it?
No.
In the long run. But
yeah, I forgot about that time period. Hiroshima and Nagasaki, is it? Nagasaki and Hiroshima got bombed.
Hiroshima, then Nagasaki. Yeah.
And when did you say how late that was after the war, or near the end of the war?
Well, no. The Soviet Union came into the Far East War in, I think it was July. So I think they were fighting for about a month, 6 weeks in the Far East before Japan surrendered after Nagasaki, with the threat, although they didn't know of it, of more nukes. Although of course there weren't actually any more nukes. There weren't any more nukes in theatre to drop.
Right.
They would have. I I think they had another one built and ready to go at New Mexico. I've forgotten the name of the place where the Manhattan Project was based. Blue.
Yeah, the Manhattan Project, that was in the middle of the desert somewhere.
Yeah, it was in the New Mexico desert. Trying to remember. I'm hoping somebody in the side chat might help me with the name.
What are you looking for? Los
the
Alamos?
That was it. Yeah.
Los Alamos. Okay.
Yeah, I believe they had another bomb ready to go at Los Alamos. But
and where were they going to
it would
drop
have
that on
taken-
Japan or Germany?
Well, yeah, it was ready to. Yeah, they dropped Fat Man on Hiroshima, which was the uranium bomb. Then they dropped Little Boy on Nagasaki, which was a plutonium bomb, and I think they had another plutonium bomb almost built or built ready, but it would have needed shipping into theatre out to Tinian Island, which would have taken at least another couple of weeks.
I think, it was going to take a while. I think even longer than that. The Soviets declared war on August the 8th of 1945.
Okay, even later than I thought then.
And I believe Hiroshima was dropped on August the 6th. So Russia declared war 3 days after Hiroshima. I think that's right.
Yeah, but who were Russia declaring war on?
Japan.
Japan.
On Japan. Oh, okay.
Because the Soviet Union did nothing in oh bugger! Sorry, brain fart.
Now I was just trying to get the overall time period that you're talking about, because the war was still going on over in France with Germany, and then they had the beach landings, and that was the lead up to the end of the war there. But then the bombs got done in Tokyo. No, Japan done Hawaii with that. So the time period. Like it's hard to wrap your head around all those events for the amount of time that it spanned, for all these events that had happened at around that time, leading up to when I was saying about where it leaded up, where the Cold War came through as well.
Yeah, Japan was fighting a war with China from I think 33 onwards. It was really early. Then we started, then the war in Europe started in 39, and then Japan, for some reason, Japan thought it would be a really good idea to attack America, so attacked Pearl Harbor at the end of 41. We landed in Western Europe in June of 44, while of course the Pacific War was going on at the same time, because obviously everything's going on there's stuff all going on at the same time. The war in Europe against Germany finished on the 8th of May 1945. About the same time, I think Iwo Jima was actually after that, wasn't it? Was it? Was the landings on Iwo? Trying to remember the order of the island invasions. No, Iwo Jima was earlier. It was.
I thought I thought that Japan got into it because they were afraid they weren't going to get their supplies from the mainland of Europe because America came into the war in Europe. Roundabout something like that I heard, that I read. That's why they got into it, by bombing Pearl Harbor, by getting the Americans into it, or vice versa, one of the two. Because what other reason did Japan have to antagonize America by bombing Pearl Harbor?
Yeah, I think SC is actually coming. I think America was putting in place an oil embargo on the Japanese because
oil
of the war
embargo.
in
Yeah,
China.
yeah. I thought something to do with oil.
Yeah, that's true.
And of course, although the IGN was the third largest, I'm not sure at that point if the IGN was bigger than the US Navy in total or not. But of course, the IGN was going to be completely useless without oil.
Then was the Cold War only between Russia or because that's when the wall the wall thing was a lot more recent than because that's always confused me where the wall thing got put up in Russia, something to do with the Cold War with America. America wanted to have, were worried about getting a nuke dropped on them, and everyone built nuclear bunkers under their house, and like we didn't really get involved in that side of things because I don't remember it growing up about it that much.
Yeah, actually, I mean, immediately after the war, although the areas of occupation were the same, but you could travel between them, and you could travel from the eastern from the western zones into the Soviet zone, and vice versa. But this was as things got cooler, restrictions on travel started to be introduced because the Soviets wanted to try and dominate Europe, and America and the Western Allies didn't want that to happen, and so things like the Soviets shutting off access to Berlin, which was before the Berlin Wall was put up.
Well, it happened multiple times. Al.
What's that? The
Soviets shutting off access to Berlin.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of what we historically recall as the Berlin airlift.
There were two of them. The first one was in, I'm thinking 1947 or 48. And then they did the same shit again in the late 50s. If I'm not
okay, I was thinking. Yeah, I was thinking of the airlift in the late 40s.
Yeah. I think it happened again in the they did it again in the 50s sometime. The Berlin Wall itself didn't go up until early 60s, I think.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to work out when that
the very late 50s or early 60s. It was after Francis Gary Powers got shot down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was 62, wasn't it? Or was that?
I was thinking, no, it was during Eisenhower's towers got shot down under when Eisenhower was still president.
Okay. Not knowing when Eisenhower was president,
Yeah,
but
he
I
left
believe it
off.
was the 50s.
He left office in 1960. Well, John Kennedy was sworn in 1960.
Ah, okay. So yeah, 50, so the 58 that was in my head before Gary Powers was probably about right then.
Yeah.
I vaguely remember in high school we learnt about Europe. So I remember drawing the maps and everything and had USSR on it and all that sort of stuff. The Economic Union, EU thing, I think that was coming into it or something. I know I'm jumping forward a bit, but it's just what memories I can remember of things.
Damon Orb in the chat says he's been polishing a section of a DC-4 in the Berlin airlift.
Yeah.
Think still got coal dust in it, Damon?
Probably. Again, I think it was a little one of these little snippet articles in Aeroplane that somebody was restoring a DC-3 that had been used on the airlift, and of course, yeah, they'd been dismantled, and yeah, they found coal dust in all sorts of places in it.
How they get coal dust in it?
Well, because they were filling the damn things full of coal to fly into Berlin in the late 40s during what I said was the big well-known Berlin airlift thing.
No, I don't remember that
one. We literally had to fly everything into Berlin: fuel, food, the whole lot.
You mean resources? That you had to fly resources into there?
Everything, yeah. Food, all the food, all the fuel.
Well, with that, were they in that much of a dire strait that they had nothing left at all?
Well, the Soviet forces blockaded Berlin. So because what happened was Germany was split into zones of control after the war. So there was a British sector, an American sector, and a French sector that were all they were centres of occupation, and then they kind of became the areas. So British forces basically were based in northern Germany, while the American forces were based more in central Germany. Once we all became friends in NATO, but Berlin, because it had been was the historic German capital, was also, it was well inside the Soviet zone of occupation. But because of the importance of Berlin, they also divided Berlin into the 4 zones as well. So French, British, Soviet Union, US, British, and French. And that really rankled with the Soviet Union, with Stalin. So they just blockaded the bits of Berlin. The Soviets didn't want to invade because they really didn't want to provoke. It was like, how far can we provoke this argument? Well, if we blockade it, if we don't allow any land access to Berlin, maybe the others, maybe they'll all leave. They'll up and leave because they'll have to. But they weren't about to start shooting down aircraft that were in the transit corridors. So we basically just had to fly everything in there to keep the entire civilian population running, as well as the occupational military forces.
The cool story I remember reading about was when they went into the factories and they found the Volkswagen's factory to get the Volkswagens going.
Yeah.
I remember something about that.
Can I just answer a question that SE has placed? Yeah, it was the Imperial Japanese Navy that had an aircraft carrier that could carry 2 float planes. So it wasn't exactly an aircraft carrier, but yeah, the IJN had submarines that could carry a pair of float planes, single engine aircraft.
Another thing that come to the conversation was...
Sorry, I kind of should stop reading the side chat. Sometimes Jinsu's first law of motion is revised. A body at rest tends to stay at rest. A body in a ditch gets put through sticks
by kids. What's that, Jinxu? Muted all due to shouting. I wouldn't use the word shouting, Jinxu. I'd like to go back to the topic of this education thing, because it does bring up an interesting thing that has happened in history with education, with events that, like for example, I learnt about USSR and stuff in high school things. Education, I don't know how long it takes for education to catch up with world events or worldviews or what's going on. For when like you go back 100 years or whatever for what they were teaching back then, because the world wasn't that big back then. Like, it was only small, local to wherever you lived. But until the world got bigger, or access to other parts of the world, so that's when communication come into it. And then people were finding out about what was going on around the world, and then world events come into things, and I suppose that's when you get little things come through in education. But I don't know how biased they are in the education system about world events or worldviews.
I think you'll find that in general, history is written by the victor. Because certainly in the past, for much of history, the vanquished haven't exactly had a voice. But also, of course, you were talking about through history, but really, universal education hasn't been a thing for that, for particularly that long, maybe 150 years at primary level. Reasonable, deep secondary education past the age of, or education past the age of 12 or 13 is something that really didn't become universal until probably last century. I think it was only the 1960s before you had to stay in education until you were 16 in the UK. I don't know what Australia's like, obviously.
It changed. It changed in the well after I left high school. It changed after that. So it probably would have been the 80s, 90s even. That changed because I only went to year 10 and we could just go to year 10. But I don't know about before that.
Year 10 is what age, Terry? Sorry, because
You'd have to be about 14 or you'd have to be about 15, I think, by then.
Yeah.
But before that age, I don't know. Well, before that time period, like back in the 60s or 50s, I'm not sure. I suppose back in the 50s and 60s, if you left high school early, you probably were able to get a job.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, Miro brings up a good point of, you know, what he learned growing up in a what we would call Eastern Bloc country in Europe, and what we would learn in the West.
Mm. Yeah, that's that'd be what I was probably leading to, stuff like that, yeah, as well. Well, I heard even in America, like, I don't know how true it is or not, but the sort of things that they get taught is very central to themselves. They don't learn about other things that's going on around the place or around it. Like you see those videos where they walk up to people on the street and ask them about world events or general knowledge stuff, and nearly all of them don't know.
I think that happens to a degree in a lot of countries.
Well, they were only young people. They were only young people, so they're probably only fresh out of high school or in school.
I can kind of understand it even more in the US, because the US is such a large country with such a big population that very many of them will very many Americans will never leave. Will never go abroad. Will not travel abroad. And
I'd say the majority.
Yeah. Whereas almost everybody who lives in Europe will travel to at least one other country in their lifetime.
That's what you're saying about over in England. Some people have lived in the same house, lived in the same little town or village all their lives, and so did their grandparents and their descendants. Basically, they never left the area. They never left the area, and that's probably the same. That's probably the same here too in Australia. There's probably people that haven't left their little town or area through their family even.
I have met people who live in some of the small villages around here who think a trip to Norwich, which is it's a big city 15 miles away, is maybe a once a year special treat because it's so far away.
15 kilometres.
These are people, because of course they have been abroad because they went to Burma, but only because that's where the British Army took them during World War II. But they literally, the only time they've been outside of the county of Norfolk was when the British Army took them off to Burma to fight in the jungle, because several battalions of the Norfolk Regiment went out to Burma to fight.
Like the only experience I had of, say, America or England was watching movies when I was growing up. That's the only way I got to that I would have got any knowledge of anything overseas. Cowboys and Indians and westerns and stuff like that. And for British it was just the comedy, the black and white, the old black and white movies that they used to have, or some of the drama. I don't know, remember any of the dramas. I remember a few comedies growing up, and all the politically incorrect things that were said and shown on TV back then, in movies and on TV. So that's how you get different world views of things, one aspect of it. Well, we've been going for a while. I think we...
Can I just say also that nations and countries and political systems, etc., tend to try and separate us. But when it actually just comes down to it, yeah, people are people, and in general, we'll all get on with each other. I mean,
And also, Mute Donkey, Australia is as big as America, or North America anyway.
Yeah.
In relative
lower
land
48
mass.
anyway. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But we don't have per person per square mile compared to America for our population, because we can't live. Most of our interior is desert. So we only just live in certain pockets along the coast, east coast area, Perth, that area there, up the north coast, east coast of Queensland, and that's about it. That's about the only areas we are.
You've got about you've got less than 8% of the population of the US of A. Yeah.
And we're less than you guys even, Alan. So what?
Yes, you've got less population. You've got about half the population of the United Kingdom.
And you're on a smaller island.
Yeah, by land area and by population, if we were a US state, we would be 12th. That was one of those things I looked up. I did actually look that one up. On a list of the sizes of US states, and then compared it with the size of the UK, and then also for the populations. We would slot in at number 12.
You can't have it; it's already used.
Sorry, Blue?
You can't have number 12. It's already been used. You'd have, yeah.
And I just want to correct Mute Donkey out there too.
What?
He's saying, we're filled with, it's filled with desert and things that want to kill you. Yeah, the things that want to kill you, are in the desert, but not so much in the populated coastal fringes. Oh, we do have the redback and the funnel web spider in the suburban areas and the city areas. But the snakes and all that, they're out. Well, I don't know. I've seen a brown snake up in the mountain here behind me one time. What do you mean we're like Alaska?
No.
How can we be like Alaska?
The population to area size.
Oh.
I would remind Mute Donkey that the U.S. is filled with some deserts and lots of things that want to kill you too. Unfortunately for us, the things that want to kill us vote in elections, drive automobiles, and drink way too much beer.
Blue. Could I take it from the comment earlier that Tennessee is number 12? Is it?
No, no, I have no idea who number 12 is. I was just picking on you.
Okay, don't worry. I wasn't sure, that was all, because obviously I wouldn't want to have to demote anybody from 12 to 13.
Yeah, that'd be bad. It really would.
Because of some superstition that we have in the West or in the Christian religions that 13 is unlucky for some reason. Texans.
Yeah,
Who
them
wrote
too.
Texans? Jinx, you wrote Texans.
And I know which listing zoos in Peru they should be in. Although actually, I thought that was Florida Man. Oh yeah, but that's swamp. But that's swamps and alligators, isn't it? I know. I have actually visited Florida. It was warm and damp.
Oh, you went to Mickey Mouse Town.
Of course, I went to Mickey Mouse Town. I did visit the Kennedy Space Center as well though while I was there.
Well, that's good.
You know, the really annoying thing was I missed the launch because I hadn't been able to discover that the launch had been put back after we left for Florida, because obviously back in the late 90s it was very difficult to get internet while you were on holiday, wasn't it? So I wasn't able to find out that the launch had been delayed and that the launch was actually taking place while we were there, or took place while we were there. Because yes, we would have all bundled in the car and gone and watched it. Or I'd have taken the car and gone and watched it because I was the one that was driving the car.
Well, it's something to see. I guarantee you.
Yeah. Yeah. And of course, that was November '96. So that was a shuttle launch. Let's see. Try to find it.
Sorry, I'm typing over here.
Yeah, don't worry.
Trying to work out how to spell a word.
So I was just googling. 19th of November 1997, STS-87, Columbia. Took off from Launch Complex 39B. Landed back at Kennedy. 15 days and 16 hours later. Oh, and it was a middle of the afternoon launch as well. That would have been really nice to go and watch, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Sorry, I'm just conversing with somebody over in Discord. That's why you hear me go quiet sometimes, because I get DMs now and again from people that are listening in or whatever, and they always DM me instead of doing it in the peanut gallery or whatever.
Although I think a just pre-dawn launch would be the most spectacular to watch, wouldn't it? One where it takes off, where it lifts off in the dark and then flies up into the sunlight.
Yeah, Miro, Death Valley. That's actually in the Mojave Desert.
Yeah, lots of deserts in the US, aren't there?
Yep.
Is that desert spelt with D-double-S-E-E-R-T or D-S-E-R-T?
I would try DESCRT.
Oh.
I was just
4th of
sorry.
December,
I was just conversing to somebody in the DM, trying to console them and reiterate their importance and things like that. So I'd like to help people out if I can.
Um, 4th of December 1998, STS-88. First Space Shuttle ISS assembly flight.
Okay. Finished what I was doing, sorry. Death Valley by Chocolate. Mount St. Helens Lava Cake. What? Dessert? Oh, when I said dessert, yeah. Sorry, I was trying to be funny, but it fell flat. The peanuts picked up on it. Yeah. Okay. Well, I've been going for a while, haven't I? Only just on 4 hours, yeah. I think we might do it there. And I don't think I'll bother putting an inserting a title where it says insert title, so I'll just leave it. We're going to have to let Alan go to bed sooner or later because it's getting late over there. And Blue's got a big day ahead of him. I don't know what Scott's doing. A few have
It's
already
getting
dropped.
early for Alan.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. Yes, it's officially now not late, it's now early.
Yeah.
I'm playing games.
Yeah, I thought you were playing games. Yeah, it's 4 o'clock over there, Alan. You might get You might get in a couple of hours before the morning, if you're lucky.
It's 4:10. Yeah, but the way my back's been tonight, because the trouble was I have a very comfortable reclining armchair. Yeah, so I had a really nice sleep in that. So I've almost had a night's worth of sleep, sleeping in the armchair.
All right. I'll wind it down here anyway. We'll see you on Wednesday night, which I'm still figuring out which part of what we're up to. I know what we did balloons last week. Yeah, well, we've got to progress from balloons and work out what the next step is. So, no hints, anyone. I don't want to give any spoilers. Why was so quiet? Oh, sorry, I was typing in DM Miro. Oh, thanks, guys.
What about parachutes?
What, to jump out of the hot air balloon?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's ridiculous. The parachute was invented before before we had aircraft.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, it was.
Although
not quite the same as how we use them today or back in the 40s, but yes.
Although of course that design for parachute does seem to have one minor problem. It doesn't have the hole in the middle for letting the air in.
Well, they didn't think of that straight away, did they, with the designs they had? Even Leonardo da Vinci's one.
Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. It doesn't. Yeah. It doesn't have the hole. It doesn't have the hole in the top to let the air out, so it would swing horribly.
Yes. Okay.
No, slight oversight.
Oh, baskets. Human-powered flight baskets. Yeah, baskets were invented for the hot air balloons, so weaving and cane making. That was already around before hot air balloons. They invented the cane basket before they went in hot air balloons. And rope.
You got to take it one step at a time, you know. The toilet seat was invented by a Polish guy. And some years later, a German made it a lot more useful by cutting a hole in it. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, but Blue,
it's getting late.
The question you're leaving is, how did they determine what size hole they should use?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I personally have seen an almost 2,000-year-old toilet, and the hole was just about the right size that you could sit on it with your arse cheeks and not fall in.
Yeah, but look at the Romans ones. They had the slit in the front to shove the brush up in it, and then you rinse the brush out in the water that flowed in front of your feet as it went past. And then the next person came along and used the same brush, or mop, or whatever it was that they used.
Yeah.
Are you finished with that? Yeah, there you go. Hands him the thing, brush or whatever it is.
Yeah. This was a Roman toilet. It was in North Africa somewhere. But there's several sites in North Africa where they've got Roman public toilets that are very well preserved.
Yeah, but were they unisex back then in the Roman ones, like the women and the men all sat in the same room?
Yeah, big long line.
I wonder how many brushes they had though.
I don't think that. I think that was more sort of a mop, more like a mop on a stick than a brush.
Yeah, it was a mop and a stick type of thing. Like a I was thinking like a bottle brush you used to clean bottles out with. But it's the rinsing it out in front of you as the little trickle of water flows past you, and you just rinse it out to finish it. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, okay. I'm going down. I think we're going down the toilet here a bit now with these comments.
Aren't we just?
Literally.
I think
What did the Romans? What did the Romans ever do for us?
Yeah, what did the Romans ever do for us? Oh, don't go that road. We'll be here for another half hour. I'm trying to say good night to everybody.
We've totally corrupted the chat at this point, so it's time to go.
Yeah, it's time to
or
go.
In our case, in our case, Terry, good afternoon.
Well, yes, it is late in the afternoon, or mid-afternoon here. So I don't know whatever time zones everyone else. What time is it over Blue? Let me guess. I can check here. Oh, it's only nearly lunchtime, Blue. It's still got the afternoon.
It's the PM side of it, buddy.
Yeah, hey? I thought it was 11 p.m. Oh, okay, sorry, I read the wrong. I didn't read the PM part.
Yeah. It would be 23:15 local.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've still got the rest of the night, and Alan's got to have some sleep yet before his day starts.
0415 Zulu.
Yeah, and we're just winding down for the day over here. The rest of the afternoon, till dinner time, and then whatever. Oh, thanks guys for this Monday impromptu stream. If I keep
that was fun.
If I keep it going each Monday like this, I caught the rocket launch for this one. That's why I started really earlier than what I normally would have. But it'll be around 12 o'clock my time, so if I do it around near that time, it seems to be better for some people. I tried it later. I've tried it 1, 2, 3 o'clock my time, but it seems to be a bit too late for some people. So I'll stick it around more 12 o'clock-ish. Alright, okay. Thanks, Alan. Thanks, Scott. Thanks, Blue. We'll see you on Wednesday night sometime.
See you, Scott.
We had all the usual. I had a mute donkey out there. He's a new one out there.
Yeah.
And no.
Good night, Peanuts.
Yeah, good night, Peanuts.
Afternoon, Peanuts. See you guys on Discord.
Yeah, well, I'll be over on Discord. Yeah, it's all the regulars out there. Night, I see you, Montreal. Thanks for dropping by for once.